Square. Oh dear, what a shame. Trafalgar Square is full of puddles.
But we have puddles. Come on, have a splash, Your Majesty.
It does look rather fun, and one is wearing one's boots. Whee!
Everyone loves jumping in London puddles. Everybody loves jumping in London puddles.
Peppa Pig.
Get ready for big adventures with your favourite little bear. Discover jumbo dinosaurs in wondrous new worlds.
This is one small step for bears.
Brand new The Adventures of Paddington, coming soon to Milkshake and My 5.
Ready for an adventure? You're on the right track. Mattel's range of Disney and Pixar's cars sponsors weekdays on Milkshake. Paw Patrol will be there on the double whenever there's a problem. Round Adventure Base, Ryder and his team of pups will come and save the day. Marshall, Rubble, Chase, Rocky, Zuma, Sky, yeah, they're on the way. Paw Patrol, whenever you're in trouble. Paw Patrol will be there on the double. No job too big, no pups too small. Paw Patrol, we're on a roll. So here we go, Paw Patrol, whoa, Paw Patrol, whoa, Paw Patrol.
Come save the yoga goats.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to yoga class. Now let's breathe in and bend into our first pose.
Oh, my back! Sorry there, Humdinger. I was not laughing at you. Something is tickling my toesies.
Oh, a baby goat. Oh, how adorable.
Oh, hey, stop that! Sorry, all. I'll get these little rascals out of your hair.
Oh, but they are so cute.
Facebook.
Let them stay.
Absolutely not. Oh, a little lower.
Okay then, let's give goat yoga a try. Let's do our second pose with running goat.
And everyone else likes it too. That gives me an idea. A humdingery idea.
Whoa! Nice! What should we do when the raft is on the water? Let's be explorers!
Yes!
Look, I think I see a desert island.
No, that's Ryder with pup treats.
Better than a desert island. It's a dessert island. Yum!
Oh, Yumi, those little hooves were like magic on my muscles. Chicoletta wishes she had a teeny tiny goat.
Come on, Yates. We're moving the class to Foggy Bottom. Oh, now I've got an achy elbow to go with my achy back. And an achy behind. Giddy up, goats. Time to meet your new kitten pals back at the lair. Ow! I need a seat cushion.
Great job on this raft, pups.
It'll be even better when we get it in the water. Come on, explorers. 1, 2, 3, push!
Oh, I don't think I have enough pop power to push it into the bay.
Let's just wait. When it's high tide, the water will come further up on the beach and float the raft out.
And the best way to wait is building sandcastles.
Yeah!
Here's your posters. I've already pinned up a load all over town.
Thanks. I think everyone will love my new goat yoga classes. Get your little goat who's ready to... Oh no! Where could they be?
They're not in the barn.
I can't see them anywhere around here. We'd better call Ryder.
Hi, Farmer Yumi. I just saw one of your goat yoga posters. Looks fun.
It was until my baby goats disappeared. They're missing.
Don't worry, we'll find them. No goats are too missing. No pup is too small. Paw Patrol, to the lookout!
Right, Jesus!
Marshall, careful! Look at this! I've got a tail for a tail!
Paw Patrol ready for action, Ryder, sir!
Thanks for hurrying, Pups. Farmer Yumi needs our help to find her missing baby goats.
Those poor kids.
Kids? I thought they were goats.
They are. Baby goats are called kids.
That's right, and we've got to bring those kids back home. So for this mission, I'll need Spy Chase. I need you to use your heat vision goggles and drone to search the farm for clues.
Spy Chase is on the case!
And Rocky. I need you to use your tools to fix the goat's broken pen.
Green means go!
All right, Paw Patrol is on a roll. Paw Patrol!
Ryder, I'm so glad you're here. We can't find our goats anywhere.
We'll find them and fix that broken gate too. Right, Rocky? Right. Screwdriver. Now, Spy Chase, see if you can find any sign of the goats.
I'll go and check the pasture! Heat vision!
Kitties, meet my new business partners. They're going to help me make Foggy Bottom the place for goat yoga. So we have to keep them happy. You keep our precious goats cool. You brush their hair. And you feed them. Remember, a hungry goat is not a happy goat. Did I hear some grumpy meows? Good, now get to it. I need to go and find some yoga students.
This pen is ready for the kids.
Great job, Rocky. Chase, did you find any clues in the pasture?
I see horse prints, chicken prints, cow prints. Hold on, here's a trail of footprints. Oh, hello, not goat prints.
I think it's time to launch your drone and expand our search.
Roger that. Drone.
Time to improve this poster.
Chase, any luck?
Not yet. No, wait, a goat.
It's just my goat yoga poster.
With Mayor Humdinger's face.
I think we know who broke pen and took the goats. Let's go!
It's hard work wrecking other people's hard work. But worth it. Here come my first students now. Welcome to Humdinger's House of Goat Yoga. Did I say goat yoga? I meant to say goat toga.
Nice try there, Humdinger. We know you took Farmer Yumi's goats, and we're here to take them back.
Oh, what goats? I don't have goats.
Ryder, there's no goats in here.
See, I told you. What? No goats? My kitty carrier's gone.
This is from a bag of goat meat. It's got to be a clue. Like this trail.
Well, what are you waiting for? Follow the trail.
There they are. All over, kittens. Now get back those achoo goats. Kitten allergies. I don't think they have the goats.
Hi, Maggie Ray. What's up?
Yumi's baby goats just chewed up my beach blankie.
Baby goats? We're on our way. What? The goats are on the beach. We've got to herd them together.
On it. Here, goaty. I've got them on a raft. Great. Who's got the raft? Huh? It's like I said, Ryder. The tide came in and took it.
Just when we didn't want it to.
No good way helping my goats were here. Where are they?
They sort of went sailing.
Zuma, we need a water rescue.
Let's dive in.
Help is here, little goat friends.
Oh no! Ryder, they chewed the raft apart and now they're floating all over. What should I do?
We've got to find a way to get those logs back together.
Running goat, like in yoga class.
Run, little goats, run! Brilliant, run it, goats. Keep it up. I'll push you back to the beach.
Oh, I've lost my yoga goats and my bad back's back. Oh, how about the yoga? Hop on. Oh.
My babies. Thanks, Paw Patrol.
No
These are new
problem.
batteries, right?
Whenever your yoga goats go running, just yell for help.
The only
I
place
put them in
these tiny
yesterday,
little
and
things
they're
are
fucking not working. I'm really.
I think they just came up with a new yoga pose. It's called snoring goat.
Rue and Harper are ready for brand new playdates.
They can tell you all about Ghana, Vietnam, Norway.
Learning about games and cultures from around the world.
That's better. Fucking hell. Turn that shit off.
And
Oh
good
my
morning
God.
to you. You're watching BBC One, where the day begins with breakfast.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Naga Manchetti and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. Israel's Prime Minister says that the killing of the Hamas leader, Yahya Sinwar, the man accused of masterminding the October 7th attacks, does not mean the end of war in Gaza.
Liam Payne's former One Direction bandmates pay tribute to the singer and say they are completely devastated by his death.
Breast cancer patients call for a life-extending drug, currently only approved in Scotland, to be made available on the NHS in the rest of the UK.
I'm not ready to die yet. I've got more life to live, and I feel that's being taken away from me.
Good morning. With Christmas not that far off, many people say they'll be buying second-hand gifts this year to help with cost of living pressures. So I've come to Oxfam's Manchester Superstore to find out why they're asking for toy donations now and the sorts of things they're looking for.
Good morning in sport. After the pain of Paris and missing Paris, a night of delight in Denmark as Katie Archibald makes up for missing the Olympics by helping Great Britain win the women's team pursuit world title.
And it's a foggy start for some of you this morning. Sunshine breaks through, but then wet and windy in the west later. And more wet and windy weather this weekend. I've got all the details here on Breakfast.
Hello, good morning. It is Friday. It's the 18th of October. Our main story today. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the war with Hamas is not over, despite Israel's killing of its chief, Yahya Sinwar.
The death of the 61-year-old, thought to be the mastermind behind the October 7th attacks, is being seen as a major victory for Mr. Netanyahu, who said that his soldiers would continue fighting until all hostages are released. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, has more.
The Israeli army released drone footage showing he was still fighting in his last moments. They said Sinwar, on a chair at the back of the room, had thrown 2 grenades and, obviously wounded, tried to fend the drone off with a stick before he was killed. It had been a chance encounter, and at first they didn't realize who they'd killed. Then soldiers saw the dead man resembled Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar, born in 1962, grew up in a refugee camp in Gaza. He spent 22 years in Israeli jails for killing 4 Palestinians who collaborated with Israel. So the services had dental records and DNA to identify his body. In jail, he learned Hebrew, studied his enemy, and believed he'd worked out how to fight them. On the 7th of October last year, in a meticulously planned series of attacks, Sinwar and his men inflicted Israel's worst ever defeat and a collective trauma that is still deeply felt. The killing of civilians, the hostage taking, and the celebrations of their enemies recalled for many Israelis the Nazi Holocaust in the Second World War.
היום שוב הבהרנו מה קורה לאלה שפוגעים בנו.
Prime Minister Netanyahu said the war would go on. Today he said we made clear once again what happens to those who harm us. We showed the world the victory of good over evil. But the war is not over yet. It is difficult and it is costing us dearly. Israel's response, a year of war, continued this morning. Around 25 Palestinians were killed and dozens more wounded in the latest big raid on Jabalia camp in northern Gaza. Israel said it bombed a Hamas command center. Doctors said the casualties they saw were civilians. Israel's response to the 7th of October attacks has killed at least 42,000 people in Gaza. Its war aims of destroying Hamas and freeing hostages have not been achieved. So killing Yahya Sinwar is its biggest victory yet. The Hamas organization that Sinwar and others built before the 7th of October attacks is largely broken. Left of Sinwar is Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas political leader who was assassinated in July. Israel doesn't let us into Gaza to report, but this reaction in Han Yunis, Sinwar's birthplace, was filmed for the BBC.
This war is not dependent on Sinwar, Haniyeh, or Misha, nor on any other leader or official. It's a war of extermination against the Palestinian people, as we all know and understand. The issue is much bigger than Sinwar or anyone else.
Many leaders have been assassinated before him, like Ismail Haniyeh. But someone else will always step in, and the struggle will continue.
Back in Israel, a few people stopped to celebrate at the forensics lab where Sinwar's body was taken. Israelis are relieved and happy that their enemy has been killed. But Hamas still has its hostages, is still fighting, and will get a new leader. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Let's get the very latest now. We can speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande now, who's in Jerusalem. And Yolande, morning to you. And I wonder at this stage what the reaction has been to what's happened.
I mean, certainly we've got Israelis who have been welcoming this. They have been dancing in the streets and handing out sweets as a result of this. But also from the relatives of the hostages, you see a much more cautious approach. Now, some of them gathered in Tel Aviv in a main square last night. And while, you know, they were sort of praising this, what they call military success, they're also asking the government to leverage it, in their words, to bring home their hostages, to bring a deal. And we've already got the Americans signaling that they're going to try to take advantage of this moment. The State Department said that really the chief obstacle to a deal, as they see it, in the shape of Yahya Sinwar, had now been removed. We had President Biden quickly calling up Benjamin Netanyahu to congratulate him on this and saying it was a great moment, not just for Israel, but for the world. We are expecting the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who's already been calling regional leaders, trying to get ceasefire talks going again, it seems. We're expecting him to come back this way. But still, this is a war that has now spread beyond Gaza. We see fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. There's also been, this direct confrontation between Israel and Iran with that big missile attack just at the start of this month. Israel's still expected to retaliate to that. And we have had defiant messages from both Hezbollah and Iran that the fighting still continues, and that they say, in the words of Iran, the spirit of resistance continues.
Okay, for now, Yolande, thank you. Yolande now they're live in Jerusalem for us. Now, more tributes have been paid after the death of Liam Payne and Naga, particularly from those who knew Liam really well.
Absolutely, and this is something we covered yesterday after that news came in the night before. And former One Direction bandmates of Liam Payne say they are completely devastated following his death at the age of 31. Police in Argentina continue to investigate after the singer fell from a third-floor hotel balcony in Buenos Aires on Wednesday. Our correspondent Azadeh Mashiri has more.
Fans had long called for a One Direction reunion, but now Liam Payne's former bandmates are united in grief. In a statement, Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Niall Horan and Harry Styles said, "We will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we love dearly."
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, we can't.
That sense they were more than bandmates, more than friends, was echoed in separate tributes. Louis Tomlinson thanked Liam for being the kind brother I'd longed all my life for. Zayn Malik wrote, "I lost a brother when you left us and can't explain to you what I'd give to just give you a hug one last time." And Harry Styles said he was devastated and wrote, "The years we spent together will forever remain among the most cherished years of my life." Fans are still in disbelief. Police say he fell from the third floor of the Casa Sur Hotel in Buenos Aires. Officials say by the time police arrived, Liam Payne had died of multiple traumatic injuries.
Fly me to the moon.
He rose to fame as a teenager in 2010 on The X Factor.
We're very excited about the album.
It's where he met his One Direction bandmates. Together they became a global sensation. But after 6 years, the boy band went on an indefinite hiatus. Liam, who'd already had songwriting credits under his belt, went on to pursue a solo career. But amidst the global stardom, he was open about the impact on his mental health and his struggles with addiction. The former X Factor judge Sharon Osbourne has now said, "We all let you down. Where was this industry when you needed them?" His friends and family have praised Liam Payne's talent and his kindness, in shock as his career, his life ended so soon. Harry Styles' mother said simply, "He was just a boy." Azadeh Mashiri, BBC News.
Our South America correspondent Ione Wells is in Buenos Aires, where fans continue to gather outside the hotel where Liam Payne died.
Since the news first broke of Liam Payne's death on Wednesday evening, fans here in Buenos Aires have gathered continuously outside the hotel where he was staying and where he fell to his death from that third-floor balcony. People have been leaving flowers, writing candles, some incredibly emotional, even crying after they heard the news of what had happened, a sign of how much he meant to some of his fans, even here in Argentina, as well as, of course, around the world too. Police are still investigating some of the details of this case. We know that from initial post-mortem examinations, they say that it seems he died from both internal and external bleeding. Inspections have also been carried out of the area where he died. The ground floor of this hotel was inspected, where a whiskey bottle, a lighter, and a mobile phone was found. Inspectors also said that in his hotel room, the room was left in complete disorder, that multiple packets of medication were found, as well as many things destroyed. Evidence is being gathered there, as well as fingerprints, which is going to be taken to a laboratory and examined, which is something which those close to him and his fans hope will provide further answers in the coming days. But for now, the community here, as well as his fans around the world, are still in a state of shock at the news of his death at such a young age.
Ione Wells reporting there. The Foreign Secretary David Lammy heads to China today for a 2-day visit, which is being seen as a
NHS
result
fucking
of a
must have
high-level engagement.
filled him up with fucking medication.
Mr. Lammy will
Fucking
discuss
brain up
issues
with that
including
bullshit.
climate change, foreign policy, and
NHS,
the war
you
in
probably
Ukraine
killed that,
with
Deborah.
his Chinese counterparts, as well as holding talks with British businesses based in Shanghai. The government's planning to increase the amount of money it raises from inheritance tax in the budget on October 30th. The BBC has learnt the Prime Minister and Chancellor are considering multiple changes to the levy, which currently includes several exemptions and reliefs. The body of Alex Salmond is due to be flown home to Scotland later today. The former First Minister died on Saturday after suffering a heart attack whilst attending a conference in North Macedonia. It's understood a private individual paid for the chartered flight. King Charles and Queen Camilla are on their way to Australia for their biggest overseas trip since the King began cancer treatment. The visit has reopened questions about the future of the monarchy in Australia and the debate around whether the country should become a republic. Our royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, explains.
It will be the first visit to Australia for a reigning king. Previous male monarchs never made it this far. But later today, King Charles and Queen Camilla arrive in Sydney for a trip that will include diplomacy, the environment and culture.
Shortly afterwards, Prince Charles and Princess Anne flew in to join them.
It is familiar territory for the king, his 17th visit here. As an unmarried Prince of Wales, he was quite the attraction.
It was to the foot of the rock that the Aborigines...
His visits with Princess Diana drew big crowds and generated some memorable moments.
Prince of fucking Wales, you done a fucking shit job,
He's
mate.
represented his mother.
You know what I mean? I'm the piano man and they call me psychopathic. Are you fucking insane? It's your fucking problem, mate. You better sort this shit out. You know what I mean? You're Charles, you can jump on the issue. You can tell the NHS to fuck off. Yeah, tell the NHS to fuck off and pay me my compensation.
The visit to Australia and Samoa goes ahead.
Charles, walking around like you're fucking king of the hill, but no, you're not a very good king, really, to be honest. No, I don't think so.
Removed completely. And in Australia, the focus will be on Sydney and Canberra. Here, there are also no...
I'm not happy being labelled as fucking psychopathic and schizo and all that bollocks.
It is all about preserving
It's fucking bullshit. NHS, you're fucking shit as fuck. You crazy bastards.
Included a Commonwealth reception in London and a chance to hear from the more well-known end of the Australian community in the UK.
I think they're going to receive an amazing reception because Australia still likes to belong. Otherwise, it literally...
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to London to see the king. No fucking way. If he wants to see me, he can come here.
But there is still
Simple
a
as that.
simmering of Republican sentiment under the surface here, although it's currently drowned out by more pressing political issues. For the King and Queen, the visit is a chance for normal royal business to resume after a challenging few months. Daniela Ralph, BBC News, Sydney.
Let's go to Daniela now, who's still in Sydney. Daniela, morning to you. Interesting that you've mentioned there in your report that there's a reduced timetable, a curtailing of evening activities, understandable. So what's going on today?
Yes, morning now. Good morning, Ben. The King and the Queen are due to arrive here in Sydney a bit later on this morning, UK time. It will be a 17th visit here for the King. And when they land, it will be getting a bit darker at that point here in Australia. And the Sydney Opera House behind me will be lit up with images of royal visits of old. So we will see the visits of the King when he was Prince of Wales. He's been coming here since 1966. So a number of those
I was born in
images
67.
will be lighting up the Sydney Opera House behind me to mark the fact that the King and Queen have arrived in Australia.
Baptised in
When they arrive, there'll
1968.
be a welcoming party to greet them, led by the Governor-General of Australia. And that welcoming party will include the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. Now, in the past, he has been pretty clear that he is a Republican, that he would like Australia to become a republic and have an Australian head of state rather than a king or queen. But to be honest, he is going to be a co-host of this trip with a number of other dignitaries over the next few days. And that conversation about Australia becoming a republic has been rather dimmed at the moment. The focus is on the King and Queen being here. Anthony Albanese has a number of domestic political challenges to deal with, and the idea of Australia becoming a republic isn't really on the radar. Over the next few days, we're going to see the King and Queen do some diplomacy. They're going to attend a barbecue, of course. It's Australia. There'll be a community barbecue and meet a number of prominent Australians, including a couple of cancer doctors who've been pioneering some new treatments. The King and Queen will have some time with them later on next week.
Thanks very much, Danielle. We'll speak to you later. Danielle Ruff there, our royal correspondent. The idea of a barbecue seems so far away now.
Yeah,
Doesn't
definitely relegated to distant memories of summer.
Beautiful and sunny there in the morning.
It was really nice here yesterday, actually, in Salford and in Manchester. It was a lovely day yesterday. Matt's got all the details for us a little later. But if you were out last night, you might have seen this, the largest and brightest supermoon of the year, lighting up the skies last night. It's called Hunter's Moon, and it's the third of 4 supermoons so far this year.
It was at its peak on Thursday afternoon, and our reporter Sam Harrison has more details.
The orange glow of dusk in the UK, but waiting behind the clouds, was something spectacular. A full Hunter moon, its proximity to Earth making it seem 14% brighter and 30% bigger than normal moons. This photo showed the event in all its glory over the Dorset coast. And this shot was taken over London, where there were thousands of moon gazers.
I took some pictures and I was like, the moon is so much brighter than I've ever seen it before. I thought it looked really nice. It looks a lot bigger than usual. It looks really bright and clear.
Usually you can't see part of the moon and it's not as bright, but yeah, today it's, I took a picture and when you zoom in, it looks like the sun.
Around the world, the lunar event was captured. It dazzled these moon gazers in Indonesia. Meanwhile, in Germany, last night's commute home was lit up by the moon's glow. Footage from around the world capturing a dazzling moment as the biggest full moon of the year came out on display. Sam Harrison, BBC News.
One more to go.
One more?
Yeah, 34. Yeah, that's the Hunter moon, and we've been playing that guessing game this morning.
Did you figure it out?
No.
It took you quite a while.
No, I did not figure it out. Hello, Matt. Because you wouldn't tell me, and I refused to look it up.
Yes.
It's an animal, is the name of the next moon.
November moon, 15th of November, it's the beaver moon. And that's because it's the time of year where beavers make their dams. So all linked to nature. Shall I do the weather? Anyway, very good morning to you. Hope you're well. Get ready if you're on the commute this morning because there could be a few issues around. Quite a foggy start for some this morning, especially across the south and east. It will brighten up for a time, but some wet and windy weather to come across the west later. Now, these areas at greatest risk of some disruptive fog across parts of the Midlands, East Anglia and the south east. That could affect some of the major routes. Could take a while to shift. A few fog patches elsewhere, but overall, dry, bright start for many. You can already see rain this morning into Northern Ireland, splashes of rain into the rest of Scotland, Wales as well, but some heavy rain to come later in the afternoon, and not just that, the winds will be picking up as well. Temperatures though, after what is a much fresher start compared with yesterday morning, still on the higher side for this stage in the year at 13 to 17 degrees. Now this evening, heaviest of the rain will be in Northern Ireland, spreading into western Scotland, some strong and gusty winds to go with it as well. We will see a few outbreaks of rain ahead of that this evening across eastern Scotland, northern and western England, and that heaviest rain in the west will push its way eastwards with the windier conditions as we go through the night and into Saturday morning. It does mean tonight across eastern areas a milder night than last night, a bit fresher in the west. We've got the clear skies and 1 or 2 mist or fog patches. Saturday though, early rain, particularly for eastern England, slow to clear. Many places will brighten up to sunny spells and a few showers. But just before those, Sunday, quick heads up. We've got some windy weather coming our way. This area of low pressure putting its way in, widespread gales and some particular activities on Sunday evening. Back to you.
Need to keep a close eye on that as the week goes on.
Indeed, I'll have more later as well.
Brilliant. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. The time now, just approaching 21 minutes past 6. Let's show you what's on the front of today's newspapers, and many of them leading on the death of the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. The Times carries an image of him with a child holding a rifle alongside a quote from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has vowed to continue the war until the release of all hostages.
The Eye reports that there's unrest here in the government at the scale of cutbacks to public services that the Chancellor Rachel Reeves is expected to make in her first budget on October the 30th. And The Sun leads with a tribute from former One Direction bandmates to Liam Payne, calling him our brother who we loved dearly.
It is a drug that can extend the life of breast cancer patients by an average of 6 months, but Enhertu is currently only available on the NHS in Scotland.
Campaigners are calling on the health assessment body, NICE, to reverse its decision not to recommend the medication for use in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, amid concerns over its cost. Our health correspondent Kath Burns can explain.
I'm not ready to die yet. I've got more life to live, and I feel that's being taken away from me.
By the time Jeannie Ambrose discovered she had breast cancer, it had already spread to her bones. Now, aged 53, it's in her liver too.
I want to stay alive. I want to have some fun. I want to be happy. I know that this isn't going to end well, and I'm not ready for that yet.
So for her, the focus is on what she calls living well, especially being with her family, but also finding time for adventures too. Like skydiving, because terminal illness isn't just about hospital visits. It can also look like this: playing with children, holidays, sport and work. All of these women have the same kind of advanced breast cancer, known as HER2-low. It's spread to other parts of their bodies and is incurable. But there's a drug that can extend their life by an average of 6 months. It's called Enhertu, but they can't get it. So far, 19 countries in Europe are offering Enhertu through their health services to patients with HER2-low breast cancer, including France and Germany, as well as places like Bulgaria and Romania. Scotland has given the green light too, but it's the only part of the UK where these patients will get it on the NHS. In England, the health assessment body NICE says Enhertu is not value for money. Wales and Northern Ireland will follow this guidance too.
NICE decides which treatments to recommend on the NHS by balancing cost and benefit. Severe diseases get extra weight. Recently, it's changed its system for doing this. Now diseases can be rated as having no severity, no extra weight, or highly severe, lots of extra weight, which can help balance out the costs. In this case, though, the rating is medium severity, not the maximum weight, and not enough to tip the scales in the favour of these patients.
We have a difficult job at NICE. We have to be looking at how to support the NHS to best spend the finite budget that it has. So whilst our decisions can be devastating for patients, we have to think about that broader position for the NHS.
But the drug companies insist the price is fair.
The right decision at the moment is absolutely a single outlier. We're calling on the government, we're calling on the Department of Health. We need to come together, we need to resolve that, because if we are unable to resolve that, these women are still going to, unfortunately, be without access to this medicine.
Caroline Mullins has one aim: to be alive when her daughter starts primary school next year. She is on Enhertu because her health insurance is paying for it.
I'm so grateful that I'm able to access this, and I feel sickened and saddened for the women who, through the NHS, this lifeline is not available to them.
There are about 1,000 people who need Enhertu. Drug companies and charities are worried that other conditions could be affected in the future too. But for these patients, the dilemma is if or how they could get the treatment now.
We shouldn't be having to think of moving to Scotland or selling our houses and I'm really, really annoyed and upset.
Really
that my life's important enough to extend, that my contribution to society and to my community, to my friends, my family, that's not important enough.
That was our health correspondent, Catherine Burns, reporting. We'll talk more about this on the programme with a campaigner and cancer charity boss around 8:15.
Before all of that, though, let's get the news, the travel and the weather, where you are, Susan.
Hello, I'm David Allen for the latest headlines in the south. Fire crews from across Dorset have spent the night tackling a large blaze at an industrial unit in Sturminster Marshall. The wooden building off Dorchester Road, close to the A31, contained a number of gas cylinders along with tractors and motorbikes. People are still being asked to avoid the area. The number of suspected modern-day slaves being referred to authorities in the south has nearly doubled in 5 years. Almost 1,000 people were identified as victims of exploitation across the Thames Valley, Hampshire, Dorset and Wiltshire in 2023. Charities are calling for the government to investigate their cases more quickly, as some victims are waiting up to 4 years.
The system was originally designed for it to be a short period of support and reflection time, and people are getting stuck in the system for years. And so we're here to make sure that those ridiculous waiting times that are dangerous for people and costly to the state are reducing.
Proposals to use part of Reading's empty prison as a training centre for armed police have been withdrawn. The site was bought earlier this year by the Ziran Education Foundation. Thames Valley Police had hoped to sign a 5-year deal allowing firearms officers to practice using tasers, air weapons, pistols and automatic rifles there. But the new owners have now said they want to concentrate on their own plans. There could be significant disruption to drivers using the M25 this weekend, with a diversion route in place on one of its busiest sections. Roadworks mean there'll be no slip road access to the M25 or the A3 at junction 10 in Surrey. There's also a warning some diversion routes will take drivers into London's ultra-low emission zone. The closure begins at 9 this evening and remains in place until 6 on Monday morning. Dock workers in Southampton are raising awareness of breast cancer with an unusual display. Today is Wear It Pink Day, and staff at DP World have worked with shipping to transform its containers to spell the word hope, which is the message for the day. Very misty as I drove into work this morning, but that should clear soon. Please got the forecast.
Hi, good morning. We have got some sunshine on offer for today, but first of all, we have got fairly dense fog patches out there. They can be quite slow to clear and they could cause a little bit of disruption first thing on the roads. But that should lift through the course of the morning to be replaced by some sunshine. Particularly further east, we'll hang on to that brightness. Out towards the west, though, more cloud. Eventually, some showers making their way in. And the wind will start to pick up as well through the afternoon. So becoming quite gusty, but mild with temperatures at 16, maybe 17 degrees. Overnight tonight, we get more cloud and outbreaks of rain. And this band behind me will be fairly heavy as it sweeps its way eastward. So with the clouds, the rain and the strengthening winds, it won't be as cold as last night. Now that rain will take its time, but it will eventually clear eastwards through the course of Saturday. And bar a few showers, most of us seeing some dry weather with some decent sunny spells and light winds. Have a good day.
On the M27 at junction 7 for Hedge End, the eastbound exit slip road is closed for emergency repairs. That's it. Bye for now.
The time is 6:29. You're with breakfast. Good morning to you, and let's return now to one of our main stories. Liam Payne's One Direction bandmates have spoken publicly for the first time following his death at the age of 31. In a joint statement, Harry Styles, Niall Horan, Zayn Malik and Louis Tomlinson said they were completely devastated by the news of Liam's passing. In time, and when everyone is able to, there will be more to say. But for now, we will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we love dearly. They added, the memories we shared with him will be treasured forever. For now, our thoughts are with his family, his friends and the fans who loved him alongside us. We will miss him terribly.
I don't even know him. Fucking hell, who is he? I don't know. Fuck's sake.
To remember Liam and share their sense of.
Oh, his name's Liam.
Zayn Malik wrote.
Hello, Liam. How you doing, Liam?
I can't explain what you gave to us. I'd give what I'd give to give a hug one last time and say goodbye to you properly and tell you that I loved and respected you dearly. Harry Styles said his greatest joy was making other people happy, and it was an honour to be alongside him as he did it. The years we spent together will forever remain the most cherished years of my life. I will miss him always, my lovely friend. Louis Tomlinson posted, I first met Liam when he was 16, I was 18. I was instantly amazed by his voice, but more importantly, as time went on, I got a chance to see the kind brother I'd longed for all of my life. And he went on, Liam was, in my opinion, the most vital part of One Direction. His experience from a young age His perfect pitch, his stage presence, his gift
I was in
of
pitch,
songwriting.
in tune and all that.
Those
Yeah, I
things,
was.
Thank
Yeah.
you for shaping us, Liam. Well, our correspondent, Steve Landon, has been speaking to one of Liam's high school friends, alongside others who knew him from his home city of Wolverhampton.
Liam Payne, a music superstar.
A bunch of teenagers.
Hit after hit. From
Yeah.
One Direction to global glory.
That's all I can see is teenagers. Yeah, there you are. Look.
Still a teenager.
Fucking
But
teenagers.
his best
Yeah.
friend from secondary school, John Carpenter, knew him long before the rest of the world did.
It was the first day of year 7, and Liam actually came over to me and he said, "Oh, come on, John, let's join the cross-country team together." And I found out later that he was a really keen runner, and he had been running for many years, but nevertheless, he encouraged me to try and become as good as he was.
For years, the pair trained and raced together, hoping to reach the Olympics.
When Liam was around 13, his focus shifted from running to singing and performing, and you had a part in that.
Yes, there was a joke that went around St. Peter's at the time that I pushed him into singing because I started to beat him at the cross-country races in the Wolverhampton schools races. And certainly
I done
year
sponsored
10
books.
onwards, he
Yeah, I
started
did.
to focus a lot more
No
on
one gives a fuck.
singing
No
and
one
drawing
knows.
side of things.
It's fucking funny, really.
Let me play among the stars.
And Liam's career path was set from 2008 at his first X Factor audition. He was only 14. Come back in a few years, the judges told him. And in 2010, he did just that.
One massive, fat, almighty yes. I was really proud. Overnight, it seemed, Liam went from an ordinary young, hard-working, humble guy from Wolverhampton to a megastar. It was just surreal for us all. We couldn't believe what was going on. We had the local media coming to our school, holding up X Factor banners, saying, "Go Liam."
He had overnight fame. What was that like then, when he came back to school and he was your friend?
He walked up to me and he said in a jokey way, "John, I think you need to be my bodyguard. I'm worried that the other pupils are going to come after me." And literally 30 seconds later, like that, all of the young people and teenagers in St. Peter's were out of their classrooms like a shot. And they had their phones out taking selfies with Liam, and myself and one or two others were trying to guard him against the crowd. So yes, it was amazing to see, really. We'd never seen anything like it before on our own doorstep in Wolverhampton.
Liam was now living his entire adult life in the spotlight, but said he hadn't.
He's not even an adult yet. He's a fucking teenager. That's it. I mean, look at
When we
him.
came out from school,
They're like fucking kids.
and college and stuff, we would have gone to uni, whereas this has been like our little kind of uni. Having your mates around, you know, like especially when especially when we started in X Factor House as well, stopping in the same little room, whatever. Like, you know, it's just living it out in a different way. And I think, you know, if I had to choose between the two, I'd much, you know, I'd do this.
Like you, Claire Ledger. Yeah, you're a fucking kid. You know what I mean? You're a little girl. That's it. You know what I mean? What can I say? And fucking Andrew Ledger, he's on you like a fucking vulture, and he's like, "Come here." Yeah, I'm a dusty old man. Yeah, I am. Fucking pisses me off. I can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, and look at this on the fucking TV. And all that bollocks. I mean, teenagers.
Liam will remember him not just as a pop star, but as a funny and brave soul.
You gonna remember me? Are you? No, that you're not gonna give a fuck about me, are you? No. Why don't you fuck off?
At the time now, 6:35.
It is time to talk to Mike, find out what's happening in the world of sport. I liked the idea of kind of rising from the ashes, you know. But when you've been defeated in sport, it can be what it is. It's devastating.
Something is after slipping on a step in the garden. So we're talking about
Yes.
Katie Archibald, British cyclist. Anyone watching Actually Breakfast on Wednesday may have seen the interview she did with Laura Kelly, saying about her pain and disappointment, all about missing Paris, the Olympics in the summer, because she did break a bone in her foot and her ankle, just literally stepping down a step in her garden. That was it.
Simplest
One of those
things.
things that can happen to anyone.
Yeah,
can't it?
exactly. But
She announced a returning real star last night. You could say delight.
I know why I've got no money. I've got my watches out. This watch and another watch over there, right? I put them both in cash in the garage. They give me 60 quid and I have to give them 80 quid to get it back. And I put a gold ring in yesterday and I got 170, right? So take off 80 quid that I fucking gone watch back. That left me fucking 90 quid.
Germany there as well in the final.
What did I do? Let's see now.
To retain their title.
Well, I got some KFC, I got some fucking Poundland. I spent 50 cent quid in Poundland.
It's funny, I almost understood the last minute when you realise that it's possible.
Went in Sainsbury's and got a taxi home.
Even yesterday there was very little pressure.
I would have went to Greg's as well.
Everything settled in and I was like, I really want this.
I actually do like Greg's. It's quite nice
yeah,
actually.
It's a fantastic race.
Great to see her back, isn't it? Now in football, it's going so well for Chelsea.
You get chicken, you get fries, right? You get some pizza, and a fucking cup of tea, right? £7.70. It's fucking cheap as fuck.
FC20 in the Netherlands. Maika Hamano scored her side's second goal. How about this? And it puts Chelsea top of their group. What a goal it was! What must have
I got a coffee for Jules. That's it. Yeah.
It was a sobering night though for Celtic, who are in the same group. 2 defeats now out of 2 after they lost to Real Madrid in Spain.
But now I've got nothing, so I can't go nowhere. Fuck it.
Scored Real's first, and what a strike that was as well. They got 3 more. 4-0 then, the final score. Finally, the Formula One season resumes today after a 4-week break, with first practice at the United States Grand Prix to come this evening. Lando Norris is trying to dethrone defending champion Max Verstappen and needs to close a 52-point gap in the final 6 races of the season. He needs to score an average of 9 points more per race starting in Austin, Texas this weekend.
I know people ask every weekend if this is a weekend that's going to change something. It can go my way, it can go Max's way. So I keep focused on doing what I'm doing. I've been doing a good job.
I've got 4 more slimming tablets.
With how things have gone.
They're somewhere.
Like I said,
I don't know where they are.
Happy with always the final result for different reasons, but I'm happy with what we're doing as a team and how we're working together. And I'm confident if we just keep our heads down and keep pushing, we can do it and we can close the gap, but it's not easy. I need more than just me first and Max second.
I mean, at last, finally, Formula One's back. Well, that's our last story because we've got one more. The draw has been made for next year's Women's Rugby World Cup, and England face a potential quarter-final against the runners-up from a pool containing Scotland, Wales, Canada and Fiji. Ireland are in the same pool as defending champions New Zealand, and England, who are top of the world rankings and unbeaten in 20 matches, are in a pool containing Australia, USA and Samoa.
First reaction, Samoa, like that was my first ever game in a World Cup back in 2014, so that gave me a bit of goosebumps and excited. But then to get USA and Australia, I think that pool is actually a really physical pool, and going to probably pose us some questions going through the pool stages. But with that, it's one that you want those games by the time you get to the semi and final that you've been posed questions and you're not just turning up for the big games for the last 2.
Yeah, the tournament has been staged in England and the finals at the Twickenham
I've still got that shirt.
Arena at the end of September.
All right, thank you. We'll see you a little later. Thank you.
Time now is coming up to 20 minutes to 7. There has been a series of new sexual assault allegations against former hip-hop star P. Diddy, with 7 new lawsuits filed this week.
Yeah, the rapper, whose real name is Sean Combs, is accused of having drugged, raped and assaulted women and men over more than a decade. He denies all those allegations.
Well, now his former publicist has spoken exclusively to the BBC about power he held. Our Los Angeles correspondent Emma Vardy has more.
This is the legendary white party. It's the real white party.
An invite from P. Diddy was once the most sought after in town. Now his so-called white parties are alleged to have had a different side.
Kids have like an hour left. Y'all gotta go. It's a wrap for y'all because this thing turns into something that when y'all get older, y'all don't want to come to.
Diddy was a moment in New York where everybody wanted to be part of this. I used to get phone calls from publicists from A-list celebrities begging to get tickets to this party. This was bigger than the Met Ball for a moment.
We obtained rarely seen footage from inside the exclusive events. It's now claimed in civil lawsuits that at his parties, Sean Combs groped and assaulted male and female victims.
Well, this is the street in Beverly Hills where P. Diddy lived, and some of the parties happened at this mansion. And you just get a sense of the kind of lavish world that he could bring people into.
For 6 or 7 years,
It was just parties, parties, and parties.
Speaking privately to us, neighbours described what they saw.
We saw girls coming out and sitting down on the street. They didn't know where they were. Their underwear was showing, and they were just lost.
Now, records obtained by the BBC show police were dispatched more than a dozen times to parties here. When officers raided the mansion, they found supplies they allege were used in forced sexual encounters, including drugs and massive quantities of baby oil. When Sean Combs was arrested, the allegations against him were shocking.
Combs used force, coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, which he called freak-offs, and often involved a variety of narcotics, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
It's horrific. The guy that I thought I knew actually didn't
Oh,
know.
yes, there we go.
Seeing the imbalance of power. What I haven't seen is what is now alleged, which is just horrific.
Now many alleged victims are finding a voice.
Why do you think these allegations are coming to light now?
When victims find out that they weren't the only one, many of them want to do this, seek justice, because they hope to help other victims. I always say courage is contagious.
And this Brooklyn jail is where the former star is now.
Sean Combs' legal team have tried everything to get him out of the jail cell he's currently sitting in. He sold one of his mansions, offered millions of dollars for bail. So far, judges have said no, saying there's a risk he could intimidate witnesses.
We said, Joe, we gave you some drinks, now it's time now.
Sean Combs denies all the allegations against him. His lawyers say he's never sexually assaulted anyone and that the allegations are false and defamatory. But prosecutors claim he did not act alone.
You don't get to be Diddy, and you don't get to keep this secret as long as he kept it, unless the people around you were buttoned up. There was nobody around him sloppy.
It will not surprise me if others are charged.
It's yet to be seen whether the case against Sean Combs becomes a bigger turning point for the music industry. Emma Vardy, BBC News.
Time now is 6:43. Let's talk to Matt, find out what's going on with the weather. You know, we have had so much rainfall here in
Hey,
recent
Diddy,
weeks,
did you
and
do it? Did you do
feels
it?
like,
Did
the
you
ground
do
is
it?
really
Yes, you
wet,
did.
water
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Diddy, 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 did. Diddy, 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 did.
somewhere else.
Yeah, fucking
Yeah.
did.
Already
You
flooding this week
wanker.
across the west, links into the same weather system which has brought this. Let me just show you. This is not a river behind me. This is the main A46 just southwest of Lyon. Towns, villages severely flooded in the Ardèche region yesterday in France's worst rainfall event in 30 years. Around a meter's worth of rain. That's around 8-9 months worth of rain fell in the space of a day and a half. The impact, as you can see, and yes, that is a mini coming down the river. We've seen lots of flooding events like this over the last
That's
years
nice.
around
That's
the world.
nice. I say it. Fucking hell, look at that.
Scientists say a warmer world.
A red mini, the Union Jack on the fucking roof of it. And it's floating down the river.
It links into
Look
what
at
we
them.
saw earlier in the week. But if I step back, we've got two systems to watch out for coming our way. This could bring some nasty weather on Sunday. This is coming in at the moment. But before it arrives, a day of relative quiet, or at least a morning. And that meant after the rainfall of late, clear skies through the night, some dense fog patches around, which could hamper the morning commute, particularly across parts of the Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast. But few fog patches possible elsewhere, including in Shetland. Sunny spells developing for many. The fog will take till mid-late morning before it clears. And then for many in central eastern areas, a fine day. But in the west, already got rain in Northern Ireland, patchy rain pushing into parts of Scotland, Wales, Western England into the afternoon, and then some heavier rain and stronger winds into Northern Ireland, Western Scotland, as we see there. Winds gusting here 30 to 50 miles an hour during the second half of the day and into the evening. The breeze only slowly picking up further east. Temperatures today, though, after what's a much fresher start in some eastern areas, will still be at levels higher than normally expect at this stage in October. Now, into this evening and overnight, patchy rain just pushed across England, Wales, and a burst of heavier rain. Could be a rumble of thunder with that, and gusty winds as it works its way eastwards. Clearer skies in the west later, so a chillier night here tonight, a milder night further east. Temperatures staying in double figures, if not the teens. But as we go into Saturday, it could be a sluggish day across some eastern parts of England. Central eastern areas, cloudy, wet, that rain slow to clear from East Anglia. Many places will brighten up. Saturday, the better day of the weekend for most of you. Sunny spells, a few showers around in the west, but not too many. Many will stay dry.
And again, temperatures 13 to 16 degrees, down a little bit on today's values, but still pleasant enough given the fact that there's a bit more sunshine. And then Saturday night into Sunday, this is what we're watching, a rapidly deepening area of low pressure, typical autumn storm, you could say, set to work its way in. It will be a dry start across many eastern areas, bright start even, but quite quickly we'll see outbreaks of rain spread across the country, widespread gales developing, and particularly later in the day across parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. You can see winds gusting 70 to 80 miles an hour. That could have an impact, of course, through into the Monday morning rush hour. Back to both.
Really useful because people are going to be planning journeys around this, so and just be careful out there.
Exactly. We'll keep you updated.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. 13 minutes to 7 now. From straightening to dredging, virtually all of our rivers have in some way been altered by humans, but now a new radical experiment is looking to change that.
By filling in one river and allowing it to find its own natural course, the National Trust hopes to help reset the waterway and restore valuable wetlands. Our climate editor, Justin Rolat, has been finding out more.
From the air, the River Aller used to look like a typical British river. It had been straightened into a neat single channel. It kept the land dry, but left little room for nature. So here's the question. Is it possible to do the ecological equivalent of a complete reboot? To reset the river and let it find its own course through the landscape? Other projects in the UK have re-wiggled rivers, using diggers to reconstruct the curves they used to have. But here in Somerset, the National Trust decided to do something much more radical. They completely filled the river in with earth and rubble and then waited to see what would happen next. We went to see the project just after the heavy work had finished. A year on, and things have changed. It really is boggy now. It's absolutely brilliant.
It is absolutely phenomenal. It is just transformed. It is green, it's messy, it's noisy. You walk through and the insects go up and then you stop and listen and the bird song is just amazing.
Because what's so interesting about this is you didn't actually know what was going to happen, did you?
No, it's one of the kind of the first projects that really has been done like this on this scale in England. There's a lot of uncertainty and kind of what's going to happen, what's going to look like. Is it going to do what we think it's going to do? Which is both a little bit scary, but also brilliantly exciting.
Scientists have been using drones to help monitor the changes. The images from the air prompt a fundamental question. Freed from the constraints of its banks, is this really still a river at all?
You no longer have that single channel, what we think of as a river. What you have instead is a complex, messy wetland environment. You can't even see where the original channel was. You have multiple threads, multiple ponds, multiple wetland areas.
It is that complex network of different environments which brings the of life the scientists say they've recorded here. Not just birds, but mammals too, including endangered water voles. They'd better be careful though, because there are predators here too. But what happens downriver? The villages regularly flood, so there was a lot of concern about the impact the changes would have, and a lot of anxiety in the National Trust team, especially when last winter turned out to be one of the wettest on record.
Post-restoration, we had some really significant rainfall events, unprecedented really. The site responded really well. We didn't get any downstream flooding. Other villages in and around Somerset, really badly flooded, and here in Allaford and Bossington, no flooding. And the data's backed that up now. We've got from sort of Exeter and Nottingham universities, we've significantly reduced the flood peak and helped protect downstream communities from that extreme weather.
Restoring wetlands is a priority for the National Trust. It estimates the UK has lost 90% of its wetlands in the last 100 years alone. River resets like this won't work everywhere, but the results here in Somerset have been so good, the Trust is already considering sites where it could be repeated. Justin Rolat, BBC News, West Somerset.
Astonishing how nature finds a way.
Always. It's the dominant force. 9 minutes to 7.
Don't say it.
68 days to go until Christmas. So what charities are doing now are they're appealing for more toy donations now to help families who are struggling with the cost of living crisis.
Yeah, this is important. Rather than getting rid of the toys after Christmas to make space, maybe think about possibly doing it before. Ben's at a charity shop in Manchester for us this morning. And Ben, that's sort of the message, isn't it? Have a bit of a clear out now rather than in January.
Yes, and they are certainly well on the way to preparing for the Christmas rush here at the Oxfam Superstore in Manchester. You see the Christmas display all nicely set up. It's such an important time of year for them, for the charity, for the sales that they make, the money they raise that helps to fund the charity work that Oxfam does. Let's have a quick chat to Richard, who's one of the staff there. Richard, how busy is it? How important is it at this time of year?
Such an important time of year, same as it is in every retailer. We need everything from stocking fillers right the way up to the main presents in those donations. We've got some incredible stuff in the trolley here.
I'm just looking at the stuff that you're putting on the shelves. We've got 3D puzzle of the Eiffel Tower, very on topic for this year's Olympics. We've got a PlayStation there. And for the younger ones, some Paw Patrol stickers, plenty there. We'll let you carry on stocking the shelves. It is an important time of year, but let's take a look at some of the numbers, because in 2022, Oxfam's sales in its stores hit almost £21 million, and the Christmas period is an important part of that. In December last year, their sales were up 4% compared with the year before, and it could be partly down to people's changing shopping habits as they respond to cost of living pressures. In a survey, 1 in 3 shoppers said they plan to buy second-hand gifts in order to save money. But of course, that requires people to donate items. So if you're thinking about donating items, what are they looking for? Well, they've told us they're after board games. There you go, especially in the run of Christmas. That's not a bad one to have. They also are after video games and DVDs and dolls, models. And when it comes to soft toys and teddies, they want them, but the important thing is they have to be cleaned and washed before they're donated. Let's get a bit more detail on all of this. We're going to speak to Rachel, who's in charge of retail operations for Oxfam nationwide. You've been in the role for 4 years. That's spanned from before the cost of living crisis to now. What sort of trends and patterns have you seen, especially around Christmas?
Well, we see people shop a lot earlier, and all our shops are fully ready for Christmas. We've launched early. So we've got you, as Richard said, there's a lot going on for Christmas, whether you've got Secret Santas, you've got Christmas Eve boxes, and, we're seeing that people normally shop and with us first because you get a great bargain. It's more sustainable, and you're giving twice because you're really helping Oxfam's work across the world.
And are you noticing a change in how often people come in, or people coming in for the first time, that sort of thing?
Yeah, we're seeing more and more people. So footfall is definitely up as people are looking for those more sustainable options.
And with the items that you're asking for people to donate, what sort of things do you particularly want? And is there anything that you don't want?
The good measure is always, is this something that I would like to receive myself? So I think if you use that measure, you can't go wrong at all. But we absolutely cherish every donation that comes through our doors and try and get as much money as possible for the charity.
I suppose the thing for people to remember is it's got to be good quality, because it presumably costs you money if things are donated that are broken or dirty, or you simply can't sell, because you've then got to get rid of it, haven't you?
Yeah, that does cost us money. So I think if you use the measure, is this something that I would be happy to receive? You can't go wrong.
The cost of living pressures apply to people buying, but do they also apply to people perhaps hanging on to things for a bit longer? Have you seen people perhaps not donating items as much as they would have done because of those same cost of living pressures?
Potentially, but now is the opportunity, isn't it? Everyone wants to get ready for Christmas, and part of that is having a look at what toys are in that corner, maybe gathering a bit of dust, that someone else would absolutely cherish. And we've all seen the film, and we know that toys want to be played with.
Okay. Rachel, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for having us down here this morning. Now, I'm going to take you over this way because there's this lovely Christmas area, but there's also the regular music and electronics section, which is really impressive. We've got DVDs, shelves of them there. We've got some cassettes here. And if you've got a vinyl lover in your life that you're buying for this Christmas, there is something for everyone. I was looking for Ben and Naga's choice. We've got some Julio Iglesias and Diana Ross. What have we got? Shakin' Stevens. What could be more Christmassy than that artist? We've got Chaz and Dave there. Some Barry Manilow. Oh, look, even Tom Jones staring out at me from the shelves. But I thought this morning I would treat you all to some Bananarama. Come with me this way, because we're going to finish up with a little bit of Bananarama here. They've got this record player, so you can check out the vinyl before you buy it. I'm going to play you out while we go and get some news, travel and weather, wherever you are this morning.
Thanks, Ben. Hello, I'm David Allard with the news in the south. Fire crews from across Dorset have spent the night tackling a large blaze at an industrial unit in Sturminster Marshall. The wooden building off Dorchester Road contained gas cylinders along with a number of trucks and motorbikes. Some people living nearby had to leave their homes as a precaution. 2 fire crews remain at the scene this morning and an investigation will start later when it's light. The number of suspected modern-day slaves being referred to authorities in the south has nearly doubled in 5 years. Almost 1,000 people were identified as victims of exploitation across the Thames Valley, Hampshire, Dorset and Wiltshire in 2023. Charities are calling for the government to investigate their cases more quickly. Some have waited up to 4 years to even be recognised as victims. The government has pledged to eradicate the backlog of decisions on cases. The inquiry into the death of Dawn Sturgis will conclude its initial week of hearings in Salisbury today before resuming later this month in London. Dawn died after coming into contact with the nerve agent Novichok in 2018 from a discarded perfume bottle used in a failed attempt by Russian agents to assassinate a former spy. Today's hearing will involve questions for Wiltshire Police and paramedics. New figures show 2/3 of the waste that people in Reading send to landfill could be recycled. The council's urging residents to think more carefully about what they throw away. 1/5 of the rubbish in grey bins is food waste, which can be used to generate methane and produce electricity. Another 1/5 is made up of easily recyclable items like paper, tins and plastics. The council has a free scrap app so people can check before they chuck. 2 barn owl chicks are settling in at a Hampshire Bird of Prey charity before being trained up to do public flying displays. They're getting to know the team at the Hawk Conservancy Trust in Andover, and it's hoped they'll be ready to join in the daily shows by next spring. A misty start for many of us this morning. Let's get the latest forecast with Bea Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We have got some sunshine on offer for today, but first of all, we have got fairly dense fog patches out there. They can be quite slow to clear and they could cause a little bit of disruption first thing on the roads. But that should lift through the course of the morning to be replaced by some sunshine. Particularly further east, we'll hang on to that brightness out towards the west, though more cloud. Eventually some showers making their way in, and the winds will start to pick up as well through the afternoon. So becoming quite gusty, but mild with temperatures at 16, maybe 17 degrees. Overnight tonight, we get more cloud and outbreaks of rain, and this band behind me will be fairly heavy as it sweeps its way eastward. So with the cloud, the rain and the strengthening winds, it won't be as cold as last night. Now that rain will take its time, but it will eventually clear eastwards through the course of Saturday. And bar a few showers, most of us seeing some dry weather with some decent sunny spells and light wind. Have a good day.
Travel and the M27 at Junction 7 for Hedge End. The eastbound exit slip road is closed due to emergency repairs. And we've just heard Red Funnel has suspended its passenger vehicle sailings between Southampton and East Cowes due to poor weather conditions. More on your BBC local radio station. That's it from me for now. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Oh, sorry.
Are you serious?
You got jokes, yeah? Everybody happy? Yes. It's exactly the effect I wanted and more.
Comedy to lift your mood on BBC iPlayer.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Naga Manchetti and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. Israel's Prime Minister says that the killing of the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the man accused of planning the October 7th attacks, does not mean the end of the war in Gaza.
Liam Payne's One Direction bandmates pay tribute to the singer and say they are completely devastated by his death.
Broadcaster Mariella Frostrup is announced as the government's new ambassador for menopause employment. We'll be talking to her about her new role.
1 in 3 men say they'd be afraid to give life-saving CPR to a woman in case they're accused of inappropriate touching.
I can understand their attitude, but that's one thing they need to get over because time is so critical.
And it's going to be a bit foggy out there for some of you first thing this morning. That will slowly clear. Sunshine will come out, but there's some wet and windy weather on the way into the west, and even more so on Sunday. I'll have your forecast details here on Breakfast.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock. It's Friday, the 18th of October. Our main story today, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the war with Hamas is not over, despite Israel's killing of its chief, Yahya Sinwar.
The death of the 61-year-old thought to have planned the October 7th attacks is being seen as a major victory for Mr. Netanyahu, who said his soldiers would continue fighting until all hostages are released. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, has more.
The Israeli army released drone footage showing he was still fighting in his last moments. They said Sinwar, on a chair at the back of the room, had thrown 2 grenades and, obviously wounded, tried to fend the drone off with a stick before he was killed. It had been a chance encounter, and at first they didn't realize who they'd killed. Then soldiers saw the dead man resembled Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar, born in 1962, grew up in a refugee camp in Gaza. He spent 22 years in Israeli jails for killing 4 Palestinians who collaborated with Israel. So the security services had dental records and DNA to identify his body. In jail, he learned Hebrew, studied his enemy, and believed he'd worked out how to fight them. On the 7th of October last year, in a meticulously planned series of attacks, Sinwar and his men inflicted Israel's worst ever defeat and a collective trauma that is still deeply felt. The killing of civilians, the hostage taking, and the celebrations of their enemies recalled for many Israelis the Nazi Holocaust in the Second World War. Prime Minister Netanyahu said the war would go on. Today he said we made clear once again what happens to those who harm us. We showed the world the victory of good over evil. But the war is not over yet. It is difficult and it is costing us dearly. Israel's response, a year of war, continued this morning. Around 25 Palestinians were killed and dozens more wounded in the latest big raid on Jabalia camp in northern Gaza. Israel said it bombed a Hamas command center. Doctors said the casualties they saw were civilians. Israel's response to the 7th of October attacks has killed at least 42,000 people in Gaza. Its war aims of destroying Hamas and freeing hostages have not been achieved. So killing Yahya Sinwar is its biggest victory yet. The Hamas organization that Sinwar and others built before the 7th of October attacks is largely broken. Left of Sinwar is Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas political leader who was assassinated in July. Israel doesn't let us into Gaza to report, but this reaction in Han Yunis, Sinwar's birthplace, was filmed for the BBC.
This war is not dependent on Sinwar, Haniyeh or Misha, nor on any other leader or official. It's a war of extermination against the Palestinian people, as we all know and understand. The issue is much bigger than Sinwar or anyone else.
Many leaders have been assassinated before him, like Ismail Haniyeh. But someone else will always step in, and the struggle will continue.
Back in Israel, a few people stopped to celebrate at the forensics lab where Sinwar's body was taken. Israelis are relieved and happy that their enemy has been killed. But Hamas still has its hostages, is still fighting, and will get a new leader. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Let's take you live to Jerusalem. Our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell is there for us. Yolande, morning to you. And I wonder what that reaction has been internationally to the killing of Yahya Sinwar.
I mean, first of all, if you look domestically at what's happened, we had, yes, those images of people handing out sweets and celebrating in Israel. And then in Tel Aviv, the main hostage families group gathered there in the square, as they have so often. They welcomed this news, but they also struck a cautious note, and they called on their government to leverage what they said was a military success and turn it into a deal to bring their loved ones home. It's seen as being a sort of dangerous and uncertain moment for the hostages. Now, what we've had from the Americans in particular, they have really been looking at this as an opportunity to try to bring back a new ceasefire and hostage release deal. And we're expecting the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, to come back to this region. Already he's embarked on a call with regional leaders trying to get negotiations started again. But then you have to remember that now Israel is fighting on multiple fronts, not just in Gaza. It's fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's had these two big direct confrontations with Iran. And we're still waiting for Israel's retaliation to that major missile strike by Iran at the start of this month. The messages that have been coming from Iran and from Hezbollah in response to the killing of Sinwar have been defiant.
Okay, Yolande, for now, thank you. Yolande, now they're live in Jerusalem. At the time, 7 minutes past 7, and more tributes have been paid after the death of Liam Payne, the One Direction singer, and now particularly from those who knew him well.
Yeah, what we've been hearing today is from the bandmates of One Direction, who have said they're completely devastated following Liam Payne's death at the age of 31. Police in Argentina continue to investigate after the singer fell from a third-floor hotel balcony in Buenos Aires on Wednesday. Our correspondent, Azadeh Mashiri, has more.
Fans had long called for a One Direction reunion, but now Liam Payne's former bandmates are united in grief. In a statement, Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Niall Horan and Harry Styles said, "We will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we love dearly."
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, we can't...
That sense they were more than bandmates, more than friends, was echoed in separate tributes. Louis Tomlinson thanked Liam for being the kind brother I'd longed all my life for. Zayn Malik wrote, "I lost a brother when you left us and can't explain to you what I'd give to just give you a hug one last time." And Harry Styles said he was devastated and wrote, "The years we spent together will forever remain among the most cherished years of my life." Fans are still in disbelief. Police say he fell from the third floor of the Casa Sur Hotel in Buenos Aires. Officials say by the time police arrived, Liam Payne had died of multiple traumatic injuries.
Fly me to the moon. Let me.
He rose to fame as a teenager in 2010 on The X Factor.
We're very excited about the album.
It's where he met his One Direction bandmates.
You don't know you're beautiful.
Together they became a global sensation. But after 6 years, the boy band went on an indefinite hiatus. Liam, who'd already had songwriting credits under his belt, went on to pursue a solo career. But amidst the global stardom, he was open about the impact on his mental health and his struggles with addiction. The former X Factor judge Sharon Osbourne has now said, "We all let you down. Where was this industry when you needed them?" His friends and family have praised Liam Payne's talent and his kindness, in shock as his career, his life ended so soon. Harry Styles' mother said simply, "He was just a boy." Azadeh Mashiri, BBC News.
Foreign Secretary David Lammy heads to China today for a 2-day visit, which is being seen as a resumption of high-level engagement with the country. Mr. Lammy will discuss issues including climate change, foreign policy, and the war in Ukraine with his Chinese counterparts, as well as holding talks with British businesses based in Shanghai. The government's planning to increase the amount of money it raises from inheritance tax in the budget on October 30th. The BBC has learned that the Prime Minister and Chancellor are considering multiple changes to the levy, which currently includes several exemptions and reliefs. The body of Alex Salmond is due to be flown home to Scotland later today. The former First Minister died on Saturday after suffering a heart attack while attending a conference in North Macedonia. It's understood a private individual paid for the chartered flight. King Charles and Queen Camilla are on their way to Australia for their biggest overseas trip since the King began cancer treatment. The visit has reopened questions about the future of the monarchy in Australia and the debate around whether the country should become a republic. Our senior royal correspondent Daniela Ralph has more. I should warn you, this report does contain some flashing images.
It will be the first visit to Australia for a reigning king.
Previous male monarchs never made it this far. But later today, King Charles and Queen Camilla arrive in Sydney for a trip that will include diplomacy, the environment, and culture.
Shortly afterwards, Prince Charles and Princess Anne flew in to join them.
It is familiar territory for the King, his 17th visit here. As an unmarried Prince of Wales, he was quite the attraction.
It was to the foot of the rock that the Aborigines...
His visits with Princess Diana drew big crowds and generated some memorable moments. And in recent years, he's represented his mother as she stepped back from international travel. But 8 months ago, it was hard to see how this trip could happen. A short stay in hospital and a cancer diagnosis limited what the King was able to do. But with modifications, the visit to Australia and Samoa goes ahead.
The royal visit has been organised in conjunction with the King's doctors. It is shorter than originally planned, and the schedule has been altered. New Zealand has been removed completely, and in Australia the focus will be on Sydney and Canberra. Here, there are also no engagements in the evening on the timetable. Buckingham Palace say this is all about preserving the King's energy.
Preparations for the trip have included a Commonwealth reception in London and a chance to hear from the more well-known end of the Australian community in the UK.
I think they're going to receive an amazing reception because Australia still likes to belong. Otherwise, it literally is going to be an island in that way, you know.
But there is still a simmering of Republican sentiment under the surface here, although it's currently drowned out by more pressing political issues. For the King and Queen, the visit is a chance for normal royal business to resume after a challenging few months. Daniela Ralph, BBC News, Sydney.
Now, if you like a bit of Lego, it's quite calming, it's quite relaxing.
Do you?
I quite like a bit of Lego.
Do you build things with Lego?
I have all the Lego sets from when
How ambitious are you?
I like Technic Lego. I quite like where you can build something that works. Like
it has an
helicopter or
engine and
whatever.
things.
I mean, it doesn't fly, obviously, but it does stuff. You can things move. It's not just like a box or a house.
So that's quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I follow the instructions. There's instructions.
Do you think it's as impressive as what we're about to show?
No, this is kind of cool.
So one former lawyer has done much more than that. This is Nathan Sawaya, who's been creating huge artworks using these iconic bricks. And I mean, that's impressive. I've seen that before, it's marvellous. They've been seen across the world, including at an exhibition in Berlin. And I love this. The Screamer, God looks the Scream. He's recreated famous paintings. I mean, it's just brilliant. It's absolutely marvellous.
Do you think he has to ring Lego and be like, I need 10,000 yellow bricks? Like, how do you get that?
I imagine there is probably some commercial to it, isn't there?
Do you think?
Probably.
You can't just pick those up at like your local toy shop and that many bricks. Right. Trying to get that one. I think they get delivered on a truck.
That's impressive, but you have, I'd say, arguably something more impressive. The impressive nature of nature.
Yeah, it was the weather watchers, to be fair. They have been out taking pictures of the full Hunter's Moon last night. Doesn't it look spectacular? It was a great night for it. Clear skies as well. And if I just show you how it came up, yes, it's always best, actually, just as it comes above the horizon. This was it rising above the coast in Devon. The impact it can have on us, though, because, of course, we've got the full moon, the tides are a bit higher. And with some windy weather today and over this weekend, we could see some coastal flooding around, especially in the west. So that's one thing to watch out for. And certainly turning windier today after what is actually a relatively calm start with some fog patches around, slow to clear before we see a little bit of sunshine for a time, and then things go downhill in the west later. Now, areas of greatest risk of dense fog patches for the commute, shown there across parts of the Midlands, East Anglia and the South East, affecting some of the major routes in and out of London, for instance. The odd fog patch elsewhere, where that stage in the year that it takes a while to clear. It could be late morning before some of it's gone. And then sunny spells from much of the country, but out in the west, see some patchy rain already in Northern Ireland, spread into Wales, Western England, Scotland, and then some heavier rain and gusty winds spreading into Ireland later in the day. We're going to see temperatures, though, lift up after a cool start to around 13 to 17 degrees, so about 2 degrees above where it should be for this stage in October. But the evening rush hour will be a wet one in Northern Ireland, some heavy rain tied in with that and gusty winds, same too in Western Scotland. We will see through the evening a little bit of rain elsewhere across Scotland, Northern England, Wales and the west of England. Some patchy rain to begin with, but as that clears through, the heavier rain moves its way in with those gusty winds to take us into tomorrow morning. It is going to be a milder night in eastern areas tonight, a bit fresher in the west where skies clear. West best for the sunshine and a few showers. Rain slow to clear eastern areas through Saturday. But for Sunday, quick heads up, some very windy weather coming from this area of low pressure. And I'll have more on that in half an hour. Stay with us.
Matt, thank you. Yes, we will. Thanks very much.
It is just after 7:15. Good morning to you. Now, tackling gender inequality in the workplace is just one of the aims of the government's new ambassador for menopause employment. That's the broadcaster and campaigner, Mariella Frostrup.
Yeah, her appointment to the role comes as new research shows that many women have considered leaving their job as a result of a lack of support during the menopause. Well, Mariella joins us now. Mariella, morning to you. Just talk to us about this role, the significance of you being involved in this role. It's to raise awareness, clearly, but it is a real problem for women leaving the workforce.
Absolutely. Well, I follow in the footsteps of the debut incumbent, Helen Tomlinson, and I'm incredibly excited to take the role on. And I also think it's a mark of how much the government wants to see change in this area, because I am relatively outspoken, I think, and known to be on the topic. 60,000 women a year leave work because of struggling with menopausal symptoms. And 1 in 10 women basically leave the workplace because of the lack of menopause support. It costs us about £1.5 billion a year. So it's not, for a very long time, it's all been about the sort of moral imperative to look after women, and all of that, frankly, is a little bit patronizing. But I think what we have today with data and with access to so much more information is a really, really strong economic imperative to get women back into work and to keep women in work, because most importantly, the sort of brain drain that happens if you're losing women in their mid-40s to mid-50s and upwards. You're talking about women who are at the height of their professional abilities, and no economy could afford that.
So how do you do it? What needs to change?
I think, first of all, just recognition of the fact that this isn't some sort of small-scale adjustment. I think we have a working world, to be quite honest, that was built for one sex and is struggling to encompass the other. We have a very linear career trajectory that's based on a male way of operating. Women's is a much more curvy line, for all kinds of reasons, but a lot to do with our biological journey. And in many ways, menopause has just become, because of the fact that there's been so much campaigning around it over the last sort of 6 years, menopause has just become a brilliant prism by which we can look at the kind of inequity all the way along the line when it comes to how women succeed or are penalized by the working world. I mean, there's the motherhood penalty, which we're all aware of, but I mean, a woman loses 4% of her salary every child she has. We need things like parental leave to be adopted more widely. But most importantly, what I want to do is I want to work collegiately with business. Big businesses are making great strides. The Menopause Mandate, which I also co-chair, recently did a survey of companies, as did Women in Work, which basically nominates a sort of top 400 and sees a huge movement in the top 100 in terms of companies over 250 employees. But I think it's a real struggle for small businesses, particularly in this current economic climate. And so what we want to do is some consulting first to find out what the challenges are that they face. We also want to do consulting with women to hear their voices. We just did a survey, as I say, 20,000 women with menopause mandate, and found out some pretty shocking things, like only 15% of women actually are diagnosed or find out about menopause through a health professional. Mostly it's, the search engine or a friend or, reading up about it. So we've got a long way to go just generally in our care of women going through menopause. And then I think we have to look backwards through the whole biological journey and see how we can better support women so that, doing our bit for the planet and having children and that part of our biology doesn't mean that when we step into the workplace, we're already at a disadvantage.
Mariella, morning, it's Naga here. Of course, the run-up to menopause, obviously menopause is 12 months after not bleeding. The run-up to menopause, perimenopause, is when women can really experience change. Not everyone, but some. And it's more than just hot flushes, isn't it? And insomnia. And this is what the workplace needs to be aware of.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because I think, you know, when people ask us for the sort of top myths around menopause, one of them is that sort of as a kind of least wanted birthday present you could possibly have on your 50th, you suddenly get menopause. And that, of course, isn't the case. It does start up to 10 years before with symptoms. I mentioned this survey we did. It's the biggest survey of menopausal and perimenopausal women in the UK. 97% of the women who participated experienced symptoms, and actually it was in about, I think it was 84% of them were actually psychological symptoms, things like brain fog, low mood. You know, there are a lot of problems inherent around that, and still far too many women who are being prescribed antidepressants rather than what should be the first line of treatment as recommended by NICE, which is HRT. And I think, you know, those are the sorts of things that are also much more difficult to discuss in the workplace, you know, and I think for women to feel supported, it would be a very big step. You know, obviously there needs to be increased infrastructure around how we navigate it as well. Flexible working's been, you know, really a benefit, I think, to an awful lot of women trying to balance, you know, what remains an iniquity, which is, you know, the whole of the sort of caring process, which falls 68% on women's shoulders. So most women are doing at least 2 jobs, and often a third as well. And I think just recognizing that we can't just easily slip into a working world that's been entirely shaped, not through men's fault, but because they were the ones who, you know, one half of the population went out to work and earned money and power and status, and the other half of the population stayed at home and did unpaid work with no power and no status. And clearly things have shifted enormously since the Second World War. And instead of pushing back on that and sort of acting as though women are kind of a slight sort of pesky nuisance that need to be slightly patronized and you know, made space for. I think what we need to look at is how we shape a working world that's fair for everyone and works better for everyone.
Do you know what, Mariella? We've learned so much, but also ultimately, congratulations on the new job. When do you get your own office? You start work, and what, you know, what's in the kind of, you go in and you go, right, the tasks today, my first day.
Do you know what? You're very funny for bringing up I'm absolutely petrified. I haven't been into the office yet because as a result of COVID, I think there's an awful lot of remote working going on right across the country, and I happen to be a participant too. I'm down in misty Somerset this morning. I'm just looking out the window because the light is just rising enough for me to see it. And so I think there'll be a lot of working from here. I work in London, you know, I think I'm going to be going out to companies quite a lot. No office, no salary, Naga, just little old me out there trying to further the cause. No, but I do think that actually it is a really positive step that someone like me has been appointed, because I'm not known for taking no for an answer. And, you know, I'm quite long in the tooth in terms of campaigning around menopause and perimenopause. And, you know, I probably won't always agree with the government. And I think, you know, respect to them for taking that on the chin and appointing someone who can actually hopefully see further traction. I mean, things are changing. That's the other thing. It always sounds like it's so depressing. But, you know, 22% more women were put onto HRT over the last year. No, since 2017, I think that is. You know, but there are things still to fight for, because that was happening not in the least deprived areas, which are half of that. So there's a thing about women's voices not being heard, particularly ethnic minority communities. So there's a lot to be done, and I guess I won't be able to sit still in an office, Naga. That's the honest answer.
Well, the subject needs someone who doesn't sit still. And you were right the first time, 22% increase since 22-23, but you've got loads of facts in your head.
And brain fog.
Well, and you know what? Keep going. It's all good. Thank you so much for talking to us. Congratulations again, Mariella. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Have a good morning.
You too.
It's 25 minutes past 7. Now, fraud continues to pose a major threat to the UK, with thieves now stealing more than £3 million a day. That is the stark warning from the leading trade body, UK Finance. In a new report that examines thefts for the first half of this year, well, the organisation found that criminals stole a total of £571 million. That's between January and June. Well, the crimes can usually be split into two distinct different categories. Authorised push payment fraud. That's when an individual is tricked into transferring money into another bank account. It's actually down by 11% on last year, but that type of theft still costs around £213 million. And then there is what's known as unauthorised fraud. For example, your bank card is stolen and it's then used in a shop or online. That is actually up by 5%, costing £358 million just in the first 6 months of the year. It is an issue that the sector says can't be resolved without more cooperation.
We're constantly in a bit of an arms race to try and stay ahead of them and make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect consumers. We as an industry do a huge amount in very close collaboration with law enforcement. The vast amount of fraud originates online, so what we would like to do is to see much more of a close collaboration with the tech and telecommunications sectors to make sure that we're all pulling together and working as a team to protect people from these crimes.
We're joined now by Rebecca Craig, who's a solicitor who specialises in fraud. Morning to you. When you see this report and you see just how much is stolen, was it 571.1 million? Because I'm not going to say 570 more than, because that 1.1 million hurts people.
Absolutely, yeah.
Traumatised people, upset people, and knocked their confidence as well. Something needs to be done, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say this type of fraud is absolutely devastating to people. And there are rules and regulations in place that do hope to ensure that people get reimbursed. But yes, absolutely, it knocks their confidence in terms of their daily day-to-day lives. You can't underestimate that.
And there's a lot of talk about who is protected in terms of blame. So it's really worth kind of talking through these push payments and how they work and just how easy it is to fall into this trap.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is organised crime. These fraudsters, absolutely, this is their day jobs. They spend all their time trying to...
smart.
Oh, yes, they absolutely are very smart. And they push people, that's why it's called an authorised push payment. They push people into making those payments. I mean, it could be for goods or services, or it could be an investment scam or something like that.
So, but when it's... What's the difference between authorised and unauthorised?
So if it's unauthorised, that means that someone's got access to your bank account. So that'll be they've got your card details or your bank account details. And what they'll do is they'll go in and they will make payments from your account without you being aware that they're being made.
And then the alternative is, as you said, the push ones, where you are instigating that transfer.
If you authorise it, you get pushed to make that payment.
And you're basically sending it to an account that it shouldn't be going to.
I'm afraid so.
And it is the sophistication that really does surprise people, because many, might be used to sort of phishing attempts, those dodgy phone calls that might feel a bit amateur. The fraudsters have really stepped up their game, haven't they? They are very sophisticated. It feels very real. And actually, even if you go through a couple of processes of saying, well, I'm going to try and ring them back, they might still be on the line. There's ways that they can look like they are very legitimate.
Yeah, never underestimate the fraudsters. They take their time to ensure they have an element of social engineering. Yeah. So often they'll know something about you that you have an element of, they must know that. This must be a genuine phone call. Also, they can spoof numbers. So you'll get a text message that looks like it's from your bank, but it's not from your bank. And there may be a link in that you'll click on and you'll complete your details. But that is unfortunately a phishing scam. Your bank will never send you a link like that.
Dan Whitworth on Radio 4's Money Box covers this a lot, and we've spoken to him, and he's done a lot of work with this, and we've covered the mandatory reimbursement requirement, which was introduced earlier this month, and it's to protect consumers from fraud. But I still think when someone listens to you or Ben describe these push payments, when you've been persuaded, there will always be that fear, won't there, that I was wrong, I was stupid, I was duped, it was my fault, and worry that the bank doesn't reimburse you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. People feel embarrassed and ashamed that they've been a victim of these frauds, but they absolutely shouldn't be. Like I said, you cannot underestimate the sophistication of these fraudsters. Again, this is organised crime. They spend their time trying to get you, and there's so many people out there.
But there still needs to be proof that you've been duped, doesn't there? Because, if someone says, if someone rings you up and says, give me your bank details, I'll give you £1,000. Okay, that's anyone who says, you are being a bit silly there. You're not kind of using your brain and kind of using your powers of deduction. If that happened, is a bank within its rights to say, no, we're not refunding the money.
And to a certain extent, there are circumstances where banks can say they're not going to refund the money. It's called something called gross negligence, but I should say the bar is very, very high for that. The purpose of these new regulations is not to ensure that people don't get their money back, but it's ensure that people get their money back, and also to incentivise banks to have their proper checks and controls in place so that consumers are protected and that this fraud doesn't happen in the first instance.
I suppose ultimately it costs all of us, doesn't it? If banks are having to pay out extra, in sort of compensation or making good. How do you spot it? As we've talked about, it is so sophisticated.
Yeah.
Some of them feel really genuine. What should people be keeping an eye on?
I mean, I would absolutely love to give you that one piece of advice that would mean that you're not going to be a victim to fraud. But actually, there's a few things that you can do to make sure that you're much less likely. So just make sure you have the firmware up to date on your phone. If someone calls you up, just hang up and call them back from a number that you know. In addition, your bank will never send you a text message with a link. Unexpected contact from HMRC and things like that. People are trying to get information out of you. Just be aware of that. And there's also online shopping as well. I mean, I like to online shop, but you just have to be aware. If there's a deal that looks too good to be true, then it probably is, especially if that emanates from social media platforms as well.
Really good to talk to you, always useful. It's never a subject that our audience always engages in as well. Fraud lawyer Rebecca Craig, thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
And it's always that idea that if they're trying to press you, that there's some sort of time deadline, or you need to do it now, or that's the bit that sometimes
when you've got to dig your heels in.
Yeah, and just take your time to get it right.
It is time now to get the news, travel and weather wherever you are. We'll see you very shortly.
Hello, I'm David Allard with the headlines in the south. Fire crews from across Dorset have spent the night tackling a large blaze at an industrial unit in Sturminster Marshall. The wooden building off Dorchester Road contained gas cylinders along with a number of trucks and motorbikes. Some people living nearby had to leave their homes as a precaution. 2 fire crews remain at the scene this morning and an investigation will begin when it's fully light. The number of suspected modern-day slaves being referred to authorities in the south has nearly doubled in 5 years. Almost 1,000 people were identified as victims of exploitation last year across the Thames Valley, Hampshire, Dorset and Wiltshire. Charities are calling for the government to investigate their cases more quickly, as some victims are waiting up to 4 years.
The system was originally designed for it to be a short period of support and reflection time, and people are getting stuck in the system for years. And so we're here to make sure that those ridiculous waiting times that are dangerous for people and costly to the state are reducing.
Proposals to use part of Reading's empty prison as a training centre for armed police have been withdrawn. The site was bought earlier this year by an education foundation. Thames Valley Police had hoped to sign a 5-year deal to allow firearms officers to practice using tasers, air weapons, pistols and automatic rifles there. But the new owners have now said they want to concentrate on their own plans. Stargazers in the south have been enjoying October's full moon, known as the Hunter's Moon. And thanks very much for the pictures you've been sending in to us. Supermoons happen when the moon is closest to the Earth, appearing bigger and brighter than normal. And this will be the brightest of all the supermoons this year. You may just be able to see it still through the fog this morning. Here's Bea Tucker with the latest weather forecast.
Hi, good morning. We have got some sunshine on offer for today, but first of all, we have got fairly dense fog patches out there. They can be quite slow to clear and they could cause a little bit of disruption first thing on the roads. But that should lift through the course of the morning to be replaced by some sunshine. Particularly further east, we'll hang on to that brightness. Out towards the west, though, more cloud. Eventually some showers making their way in, and the winds will start to pick up as well through the afternoon. So becoming quite gusty, but mild with temperatures at 16, maybe 17 degrees. Overnight tonight, we get more cloud and outbreaks of rain, and this band behind me will be fairly heavy as it sweeps its way eastward. So with the cloud, the rain and the strengthening winds, it won't be as cold as last night. Now that rain will take its time, but it will eventually clear eastwards through the course of Saturday. And bar a few showers, most of us seeing some dry weather with some decent sunny spells and light winds. Have a good day.
Travel news now, and on the water we're seeing delays of up to 20 minutes on Red Funnel vehicle ferry sailings between Southampton and East Cowes. That's due to fog in the Solent. On the roads, the M27 in Hampshire at junction 7 for Hedge End. The eastbound exit slip road is closed there. That's due to emergency repairs. More travel updates, of course, across the morning on your BBC local radio station. Now, though, it's back to Ben and Naga in Salford. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, good morning. You're watching Breakfast with Naga Manchetti and Ben Thompson.
Good morning to you. 7:36 is the time. Knowing how to do CPR and use a defibrillator can save someone's life. There's new research, though, that shows not everyone's confident about administering this type of first aid.
Yeah, the findings by St John Ambulance show that a third of men would be concerned about giving CPR to a woman in case they were accused of inappropriate touching. Well, the research showed nearly half of men would also be uncomfortable removing a woman's clothing to use a defibrillator, which must be applied to bare skin. Well, use of a defib, though, can increase someone's survival rates by up to 70%, provided it's used within the first 3 minutes of having a heart attack.
More than 60% of those surveyed did say they feel more comfortable using the equipment if they were offered support and training. Now, one man who wasted no time in saving a life was Danny. Danny administered CPR to Suzanne after she suffered a cardiac arrest at work. Tim Muffet has been talking to both of them.
Heel of the right hand palm, sort of mid chest, you interlock the fingers, and then you're trying to do a really straight downward press of 100 to 120 a minute. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 2 a second.
You saved your life.
Yes, she's gone.
In February last year, without any warning, Suzanne collapsed at work. She'd had a cardiac arrest.
How are you feeling about meeting Danny?
I'm really nervous and really grateful for what he's done. I haven't seen him since the incident.
Got to the doorway and fell.
Danny and a colleague called 999 and then began life-saving cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or CPR, on Suzanne.
What the CPR does is to keep that blood flow going in place of the heart muscle then as well.
You're about to see Suzanne for the first time since you saved her life. How are you feeling?
Nervous, a bit apprehensive, but in a nice way.
Hi.
At last.
At last. It's so good to see you.
You too. Oh, wow. Don't you look a good colour compared to the last time?
I can't thank you enough for doing what you've done. As I said, if it wasn't for you,
I was there, and you are here.
thank goodness.
Let's have a cup of tea.
Through his job, Danny had just completed a first aid course, which gave him confidence to carry out CPR.
I didn't expect to use it, maybe ever, and certainly not within a few weeks.
There's new research from St John Ambulance which says that a third of men would hesitate to give CPR to a woman in case they touch their breasts, and they're worried about that. What do you make of that?
Confidence is key. I think that confidence grows with training. Would I have done it had I not had the training? Can't answer.
By hesitating, you're putting that person's life at risk because that person needs to be worked on straight away, whether male or female. So I can understand their attitude, but that's one thing we need to get over because time is so critical.
If used within 3 minutes of a cardiac arrest, a defibrillator can increase survival rates by up to 70%, but pads need to be placed on bare skin on the chest. Almost half of men surveyed said they'd feel less comfortable about using one on a woman because of this.
You didn't have to use a defibrillator because the ambulance could have got there in time, but had you had to have used a defibrillator, you would have had to have removed Suzanne's blouse or bra. Would you have been prepared to do that?
Truthfully, in that office situation, I would have asked one of my colleagues, female colleagues, to have got Suzanne ready to have the pads placed on. It's silly to think like that, and I do understand that, but it's just a natural human reaction, I think, for a man. But, you know, am I doing something wrong? Even though you know you're doing something right, you're saving their life.
Don't let whatever gender they are put you off actually helping that person.
This is a conversation and a meeting which so nearly didn't happen.
Exactly.
Suzanne, what's your message to Danny?
My message to Dan is that I'm so grateful. I can't thank you enough at the end of the day for what you've done.
I'm just so glad I was there for you.
And that bond between Danny and Suzanne, I imagine, will never ever break after that. It's so lovely. It was so lovely seeing that meeting, wasn't it?
You look a good colour.
Yeah, it's a good opening
really
line.
important point. And that really does typify what we're going to talk about now. Jess Payne is with us, St John Ambulance trainer. Jess, morning.
Morning. Morning.
Let's start at the beginning. Men may feel uncomfortable removing clothing of a woman, even if they know they could save their life. That's the bit we need to get over, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Studies have shown that men and women can feel uncomfortable with potentially touching breasts whilst doing chest compressions, but men in particular are also really, really worried about accusations of inappropriate touch, which is what we really need to be encouraging people to move away from. Treat everyone the same. If someone needs CPR, it doesn't matter what their gender is, what their anatomy is. We need to be saving their life.
We've spoken about defibs on this programme forever, and we won't stop because it's really, really important, and people need to know how to use them and not be scared of them. We've kind of spoken about that aspect of it. We haven't really thought about a woman's anatomy. So most women have breasts. They're all different sizes, but you don't think, do they actually have to be moved when, a defib is applied?
Potentially. You're certainly going to have to make contact with them when you're doing chest compressions. When it comes to putting the defib on, any bras or binding are going to have to be cut off. You're probably not going to be in a position to undo it. It is going to be a case of using scissors. Defibs usually have scissors with them, so it's just a case of cutting them off. If breast tissue moves when it comes off and it's in the way of where the pads need to go, it's not a problem if somebody needs to move that breast tissue to put the pad in place. We need that pad to be attached to the skin in the correct location.
I think that's the thing. I think some people think it just goes on top. I mean, I know you're going to demonstrate. Do you want to do that now and just kind of show us what we should be thinking about if in this situation with a woman with breasts, who's in trouble?
Absolutely, yes. So
who's this, by the way? Who have you brought along?
We brought Annie along with us.
Okay,
today.
hello, Annie. Okay.
Show us what we should be thinking about here, and particularly, of course, cutting off the bra in the first place, but where those pads need to be applied.
Okay. So in terms of starting your CPR, you want to make sure that you actually need to be doing CPR. And this the CPR bra campaign is looking to help people remember that. The bras that are being worn by celebrities for the campaign say check, call, compress. We want to check if this person's actually responsive and if they're breathing. We want to be calling 999
So you'd be down
for help.
to do that.
Yes.
Right, get right down there.
Absolutely. And if they're not breathing, we need to be starting our compressions. So our compressions are going to be right in the centre of the chest. It's going to involve touching their chest. That's just how it is. One hand on top of the other, right in the centre. Doesn't matter about any breast tissue, any bra placement. Leaning right over the top of them and pressing down hard and fast. About 2 compressions every second. It is going to be hard work, and it doesn't matter where your hands are ending up in this case.
And because it's such intense pressure, there is a risk that ribs may be broken as well.
They may well break. It does happen quite frequently. It's not a problem. We need to be applying a fair amount of force
because you've got to get to the heart. Yeah,
exactly. Ribs heal, so any broken ribs can be dealt with further down the line.
Okay, so you've got the bra there.
Yeah,
that comes off. Does it?
Yes.
You cut it away.
Yeah. So your defib should come with some safety scissors, and they are designed to go through clothing nice and easily. This bra that we use here shows us exactly where to cut, just straight up the middle.
And what if you're wearing, I mean, that's like a crop top bra. What if you're wearing, say, an underwire bra or anything? It doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter at all. Underwired bras will be cut straight off as well. You tend to not have wire exactly in the centre, so it's pretty easy to cut off in that case as well. And then if need be, if you can't fully access the chest, you can cut through the shoulder straps.
I think you need to recommend better fabric scissors.
I think we do,
with the equipment, because you're...
There we go.
There we go. Okay, so those come off, right. So look, I will state the obvious. The breasts on this model, kind of small to medium size, they're perky, they're kind of up there. Not everyone has the same size breasts. So if you're someone with larger breasts and you see that, what do you do with them? You just move them. You just think, okay, this is something in the way to get the pad on.
Yeah, they may well fall to the side. The pad placement is one just underneath the right collarbone, which you should be able to manage fairly easily. One will be going underneath the left armpit, which is where you might have to manoeuvre the breast tissue to put the pad in place and then let it go again. So we have got the pads here to demonstrate with the defib. Once it's on.
And just at any stage in this, will someone be talking someone through it, or do they need to know this? They'll be getting help maybe on the phone.
Yeah, anybody can do CPR. The 999 call handlers will talk you through everything.
Yeah.
You do not need training to use a defibrillator. They're designed to be used by anyone off the streets. As you can see, they will show you where the pads need to actually be positioned.
So these are the pads.
Yes. And it will also decide if it needs a shock itself. We are not the ones making that decision.
They've got pictures on them.
They have, yeah. They're designed to be really straightforward, really easy to use, so anyone can put them in place. All the devices look a little bit different, but they are all designed to be easy.
Show those to camera one. That's there you can see. Brilliant.
That tells
So
you
that's
exactly where they need to go.
It does, yeah.
Okay, so it's that one under the armpit that could be the tricky one, couldn't it? Because that's where you might have to move the breast.
Yeah, I'll turn the doll around just for ease of seeing it.
Yeah.
So it's going to go round the side, which may potentially mean you do have to manoeuvre any breast tissue out of the way.
See, straight away, that's remarkable because I think most people, as you were saying earlier, assume they both just go
Went
here.
on top, yeah.
And actually, they were in very different places for a very good reason.
Yeah, it allows the current to actually travel through the heart rather than just skirting across the surface of the chest.
Come back and have a seat. That's one of the best demonstrations we've had in this studio. Thank you. So you're getting a round of applause from our crew. Thank you so much. So, look, I suppose ultimately it comes down, are you going to save someone's life or you're not?
Exactly, yes. Even if people are hesitant but going to do it anyway, that hesitation can cost you a few seconds. And in this sort of situation, a few seconds are likely to have an impact. Every second counts in this case. And we want to give everybody the best chance of survival. We need to bust the taboo around doing CPR on women, using defibs on women, and try and narrow the gender gap because we have got a discrepancy in men and women's survival rates.
Because it is such, when we talk about it like this, it is so ridiculous. Of course, no one will care if you have touched them or you've opened their clothing, if you have saved their lives.
It's not about them caring, though, sometimes. It's sometimes about if someone watches, and you know what it's like, if someone's saying that supermarket, shopping centre or something happens, and you're seen moving it and you don't want to be seen as being disrespectful to someone who's in trouble, and that just has to go out the window, I think.
It really does, yeah. If you're worried about that, vocalise what you're doing. I need to take your bra off so I can put the pads on. I'm going to use a defib. Talk out loud so people around know what's going on. People are worried about the accusations. That's what's been quite apparent from the research. But there is even legislation in place to protect you in this case. We've got our social action responsibility and heroism law. No one is going to have any repercussions from doing this to someone.
And you can see, I don't know if you've ever helped anyone on a personal level, but just seeing Danny when he met Suzanne, the impact of that, bigger than anything, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, it's huge. You saved a life, and that person is there today because of you. And even if it's not a positive outcome, you've done something to give them the absolute best chance of survival possible.
Jess, it's been really good talking to you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing in Annie. And we've all learned loads, I'm sure. And these, whenever we do these subjects on breakfast, people get in touch. Just say thank you for just giving us more confidence, which is what this is about. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
The time now, 11 minutes to 8. Let's check in with Matt. He's going to look at what the weather looks like today. Hi, Matt.
Hi there, Ben. Very good morning too. Well, it's been on the fresh side out there for some of you, but I thought I'd take you to eastern Scotland. A beautiful start, a fairly calm start it is for many. It's not really telling the story, though, of what's about to come our way. Some windy weather later on, and more especially on Sunday. If I show you the satellite imagery right across the Atlantic, we're watching this area cloud for developing into something quite potent for Sunday. Even before that, this will bring wet and windy weather later today. We're in a window of quiet conditions, but it's under that quiet window where through the night and with the ground so wet, we've seen some dense patches of fog form, especially across parts of the Midlands, East Anglia and the south. That will hamper the commute, and it will take a while to shift. For some of you, not really clearing till later this morning. That fog is also in a few places elsewhere, but for most of the dry start, fair bit of sunshine, as you saw there in Montrose, but there's rain already in Northern Ireland, fairly patchy, on and off. It will head into western Scotland, Wales, western England as we go through the afternoon, and then later towards the evening rush hour, something heavier in terms of rainfall in Northern Ireland, western Scotland, and the winds really will be starting to pick up here as well. Winds gusting 30, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. Lighter winds further east, stays dry and bright, even if the sunshine turns hazy later this afternoon. And after temperatures around 12 degrees down on what we saw yesterday morning, They will still get up to around 17 degrees through the afternoon, so pretty mild for this stage in October. A spell of wet and windy weather then for just about all of us through tonight. Some heavy pulses of rain, not great where we've already got the ground saturated, river levels high in the west. As that pushes way eastwards, it'll be a milder night across central eastern parts, but clearing conditions to the west means that here it'll be a little bit fresher as we go into Saturday morning, where the best of the morning sunshine will be. Central eastern England particularly, though, will be cloudy, outbreaks of rain through the morning, slowly clearing. It may take all day before that clears parts of Norfolk and Suffolk, but for many of you on Saturday, best day of the weekend, sunshine out, a few scattered showers around, many of you are avoiding them, staying dry, and temperatures again in the mid to high teens. Those outbreaks of rain though will clear through, clear skies then through the night into Sunday morning, so there could be some mist and fog around, and then rapidly deepening area of low pressure. The good news is it looks like the worst of that storm system will be out in the Atlantic, but it still going to impact us with some strong winds. Through daytime on Sunday, widespread gales across the country, but to the north and the west, we could see winds 50, 60 miles an hour gusts. That will have impact, but it's through the evening and overnight, the strongest of the winds, mainly across the north, we'll have to watch out for, could exceed 70 miles an hour in one or two spots, if not a little bit more. And to go with that on Sunday, after a bright start in the east, we're going to see some pretty wet weather sweep across the country at times, with a little bit of sunshine and nasty showers in the west later as those winds start to pick up. Back to you.
Thanks very much,
All
Matt.
the good stuff. Thanks, Matt.
It is 8 minutes to 8. From chemical attacks to tower block fires, the award-winning BBC documentary series Ambulance offers an insight into just some of the challenges faced by those on the front line.
Yes, and now in a new series, cameras follow paramedics at London's ambulance service as they navigate the job of caring for a city with a population of 9 million people. Take a look.
She's just declared a major incident.
Abby, now cleared from the police station, is the nearest tactical response unit to the fire. She's 10 miles away.
We haven't got an exact number of patients, is that correct? You've just got people coming. We have 2 that are injured that are out. I think of the hospital station inside at the moment. I believe it's going to be smoke inhalation. All units on the significant incident had 1545.
When you're sent to a tower block fire or a fire in a block of flats, Grenfell is the first thing that springs to your mind, and you see that fire in your head and you wonder if that's what you're going to see when you get there. And you try to mentally prepare yourself for that.
You saw London ambulance paramedic Abby Williams in that video there. Good morning to you. You've got an important job.
Yeah.
How bothersome was the camera crew?
No, they were lovely. I really did notice them when they were out with me on the job and in between the jobs. So they were lovely, good company.
Sorry, I was just going to say, so when an emergency happened, what was the kind of protocols? I'm always quite interested in how it works, because we love to kind of see what you do, but we can't interfere with what you're doing. So what was the kind of agreement?
With how?
Yeah, so if you were called to something, they were there with you, you went, they stepped back, they are absolutely not allowed to get in your way.
Yeah, absolutely, and they didn't. They literally, when I got the job, they came with me, allowed me to do my job as normal and just captured everything.
And it really does capture everything, because there's an amazing moment in it as well where you're already attending something quite serious, and then you get reports of a potential fire in a tower block, and of course, you know, everyone's thoughts are quite clearly with what happened at Grenfell. You have to leave one and go somewhere else, and then you start a process of triage. So you're getting people out of that tower block. What kicks in when you get that call? Are you, as you're driving there, and you're driving yourself in a lot of these cases, aren't you? What are you thinking?
On the drive there, I'm thinking about the drive and getting to that scene. Driving on blue lights in London is requires a lot of focus. When you get there, you're thinking about how many patients you're going to be seeing. Fires present different types of injuries with smoke inhalation, burns, and trips and falls. And just the volume of people and the volume of emergency services that are going to be there as well.
And a protocol kicks in, doesn't it? Because you set up the triage centre and you sort of give them people colours based on their need. And then you see something like this, and we're looking at the fire here. it could have been so much worse, but
Yes.
you've got to prepare for everything.
Yeah, we're very good at preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. I think a lot of our training is around triage and mass casualty incidents, and we do a lot of training around this so that when we do get to jobs like this, the training does just kick in.
You know, we watch these programs and we see what you all do. Very rarely do we see you just have your crew, your colleagues have that quiet moment where they reflect. Where do you get that time? When do you get the time to reflect? Where do you do it? And is it better done with your colleagues because they understand what you go through?
Yeah, so we're very fortunate. I work with a really lovely team of people, and we see each other at the start of shift and we see each other at the end of shift. And we'll always sit and have a chat about our different day, get things off our chest, or run things past each other if we encounter something we're not sure about.
Why do you do what you do?
I love my job. I love helping people. I love being out and about. I love coming in and not knowing who I'm going to see, where I'm going to go, what I'm going to do. I love that unexpected. And I love a bit of the adrenaline rush as well.
Well, which you get with this team you're in, this specialist team. Tell us about that.
So I work on the Tactical Response Unit. It's a unit that's unique to London. We were devised after the 2011 Mumbai terror attacks to be able to provide a resilience in the ambulance response to terrorist attacks. The role is encompassed elsewhere in the country, but we're in ambulance services, but we're the only, so London's the only place where it has a sort of dedicated unit for it. So we carry ballistic protection, and we can enter into sort of marauding attacks while they're still going on to be able to provide that life-saving care when patients need it.
At the start of this episode, and I don't want to give too much away because people can watch it, but there's a pretty harrowing start to that first episode where, and I will never get my head around this, that someone could be attacking people doing your job.
Yeah.
And you're all able to hear that unfold because you have an emergency sort of radio frequency, don't you?
Yes.
What goes through your mind when you hear that? Because in some respects, you're a bit helpless. You're listening to it unfold on your radio as someone is being attacked when all they're trying to do is save someone's life.
Yeah. It's horrific hearing that noise and hearing your colleagues in distress and just the background noise that you hear in that, what's going on with the patient. It's terrifying. It's horrible not being able to get to your colleagues and your friends and help. It's absolutely not okay for anyone to assault anyone in the emergency services. We are there to help. In the NHS, it's really common. I'd say verbal abuse is quite common, and physical assaults are thankfully less common, but absolutely horrific.
Yeah, it's bonkers. It's absolutely bang out of order. Are you on shift today?
No, no, not today.
What does the day off look like then for you?
Days are so hectic at work. Sometimes days off are quite nice to chill. I like getting outdoors. I like running. Yeah.
Well, look, thank you so much for coming in. It is fascinating, ambulance. It really is, Abby. Abby Williams, you're featuring on the latest one, was on last night. It's on Thursdays on BBC One.
Thank you.
So good to see you. Thanks so much.
You can catch up with the series so far on the BBC iPlayer too. Okay, we will be back with the headlines very shortly. Find out what's happening wherever you are.
Hello, I'm David Allard. Fire crews from across Dorset have spent the night tackling a large blaze at an industrial unit in Sturminster Marshall. The wooden building off Dorchester Road contained trucks and motorbikes along with a number of gas cylinders. Some people living nearby had to leave their homes for a while as a precaution. 2 fire crews remain at the scene this morning and an investigation into the cause is due to begin. The number of suspected modern-day slaves being referred to authorities in the south has nearly doubled in 5 years. Almost 1,000 people were identified as victims of exploitation last year across the Thames Valley, Hampshire, Dorset and Wiltshire. Charities are calling for the government to investigate their cases more quickly. Some have waited up to 4 years to even be recognised as victims. The government has pledged to tackle the backlog. On to the weather. Early mist and fog will clear, though slowly in some places, leaving us with a mainly sunny day, turning breezy and cloudy this afternoon, with showery rain arriving by this evening, highs of 17 Celsius. Travel news, and on the water, delays of up to 20 minutes on Red Funnel vehicle ferry sailings between Southampton and East Cowes due to fog in the Solent. On the roads, and the M27 in Hampshire at junction 7 for Hedge End, the eastbound exit slip road is closed there due to emergency repairs. And we've also just heard the Itchen Bridge in Southampton is closed in both directions due to a police incident. That is it from us. Whatever you do, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Naga Manchetti and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. Israel's Prime Minister says that the killing of the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the man accused of planning the October 7th attacks, does not mean the end of the war in Gaza.
Liam Payne's One Direction bandmates play tribute to the singer and say they are completely devastated by his death.
Breast cancer patients call for a life-extending drug currently only approved in Scotland to be made available on the NHS in the rest of the UK.
I'm not ready to die yet. I've got more life to live, and I feel that's being taken away from me.
It was the scandal that shocked a nation. Now, newly discovered recordings by some of the key players explain what really happened in the Perfumer affair.
With Christmas not too far off, many people say they're planning to buy second-hand gifts due to cost of living pressures. I've come to this Oxfam Superstore in Manchester to find out about the type of items they're asking people to donate.
And never mind Christmas. It's more of an autumn feel out there over the next few days. Fog this morning with some sunshine, but also some wet and windy weather to come, particularly stormy for some on Sunday. I'll have the details here on Breakfast.
Good morning. It's Friday, the 18th of October. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said the war with Hamas is not over, despite Israel's killing of its chief Yahya Sinwar.
Yes, the death of the 61-year-old who's thought to have planned the October 7th attacks is being seen as a major victory for Mr. Netanyahu, who said his soldiers would continue fighting until all hostages are released. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, has the details.
The Israeli army released drone footage showing he was still fighting in his last moments. They said Sinwar, on a chair at the back of the room, had thrown 2 grenades and, obviously wounded, tried to fend the drone off with a stick before he was killed. It had been a chance encounter, and at first they didn't realize who they'd killed. Then soldiers saw the dead man resembled Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar, born in 1962, grew up in a refugee camp in Gaza. He spent 22 years in Israeli jails for killing 4 Palestinians who collaborated with Israel. So the security services had dental records and DNA to identify his body. In jail, he learned Hebrew, studied his enemy, and believed he'd worked out how to fight them. On the 7th of October last year, in a meticulously planned series of attacks, Sinwar and his men inflicted Israel's worst ever defeat and a collective trauma that is still deeply felt. The killing of civilians, the hostage-taking, and the celebrations of their enemies recalled for many Israelis the Nazi Holocaust in the Second World War.
היום שוב הבהרנו מה קורה לאלה שפוגעים בנו.
Prime Minister Netanyahu said the war would go on. Today, he said, we made clear once again what happens to those who harm us. We showed the world the victory of good over evil. But the war is not over yet. It is difficult and it is costing us dearly. Israel's response, a year of war, continued this morning. Around 25 Palestinians were killed and dozens more wounded in the latest big raid on Jabalia camp in northern Gaza. Israel said it bombed a Hamas command center. Doctors said the casualties they saw were civilians. Israel's response to the 7th of October attacks has killed at least 42,000 people in Gaza. Its war aims of destroying Hamas and freeing hostages have not been achieved. So killing Yahya Sinwar is its biggest victory yet. The Hamas organization that Sinwar and others built before the 7th of October attacks is largely broken. Left of Sinwar is Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas political leader who was assassinated in July. Israel doesn't let us into Gaza to report, but this reaction in Han Yunis, Sinwar's birthplace, was filmed for the BBC.
This war is not dependent on Sinwar, Haniyeh, or Misha, nor on any other leader or official. It's a war of extermination against the Palestinian people, as we all know and understand. The issue is much bigger than Sinwar or anyone else.
Many leaders have been assassinated before him, like Ismail Haniyeh. But someone else will always step in, and the struggle will continue.
Back in Israel, a few people stopped to celebrate at the forensics lab where Sinwar's body was taken. Israelis are relieved and happy that their enemy has been killed. But Hamas still has its hostages, is still fighting, and will get a new leader. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Our Middle East correspondent is Yulan now. She's in Jerusalem. She's been assessing the reaction to the killing of Yahya Sinwar.
Well, I mean, first of all, if you look domestically at what's happened, we had, yes, those images of people handing out sweets and celebrating in Israel. And then in Tel Aviv, the main hostage families group gathered there in the square, as they have so often. They welcomed this news, but they also struck a cautious note, and they called on their government to leverage what they said was a military success and turn it into a deal to bring their loved ones home. It's seen as being a sort of dangerous and uncertain moment for the hostages. Now, what we've had from the Americans in particular, they have really been looking at this as an opportunity to try to bring back a new ceasefire and hostage release deal. And we're expecting the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, to come back to this region. Already he's embarked on a call with regional leaders trying to get negotiations started again. But then you have to remember that now Israel is fighting on multiple fronts, not just in Gaza. It's fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's had these two big direct confrontations with Iran. And we're still waiting for Israel's retaliation to that major missile strike by Iran at the start of this month. The messages that have been coming from Iran and from Hezbollah in response to the killing of Sinwar have been defiant.
Yulan now there in Jerusalem for us. The time now just approaching 8 minutes past 8, and more tributes being paid after the death of Liam Payne. And Nago, it's from those who knew Liam really well.
Yeah, we're talking about his bandmates here of One Direction, and they say they're completely devastated following his death at the age of 31. Police in Argentina continue to investigate after the singer fell from a third-floor hotel balcony in Buenos Aires on Wednesday. Our correspondent, Azadeh Mashiri, has more.
Fans had long called for a One Direction reunion, but now Liam Payne's former bandmates are united in grief. In a statement, Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Niall Horan and Harry Styles said, "We will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we love dearly."
It's incredible. I mean, we can't.
That sense they were more than bandmates, more than friends, was echoed in separate tributes. Louis Tomlinson thanked Liam for being the kind brother I'd longed all my life for. Zayn Malik wrote, "I lost a brother when you left us and can't explain to you what I'd give to just give you a hug one last time." And Harry Styles said he was devastated and wrote, "The years we spent together will forever remain among the most cherished years of my life." Fans are still in disbelief. Police say he fell from the third floor of the Casa Sur Hotel in Buenos Aires. Officials say by the time police arrived, Liam Payne had died of multiple traumatic injuries.
Fly me to the moon.
He rose to fame as a teenager in 2010 on The X Factor.
We're very excited about the album.
It's where he met his One Direction bandmates. Together they became a global sensation. But after 6 years, the boy band went on an indefinite hiatus.
You know what happened when the music stopped?
Liam, who'd already had songwriting credits under his belt, went on to pursue a solo career. But amidst the global stardom, he was open about the impact on his mental health and his struggles with addiction. The former X Factor judge Sharon Osbourne has now said, "We all let you down. Where was this industry when you needed them?" His friends and family have praised Liam Payne's talent and his kindness, in shock as his career, his life ended so soon. Harry Styles' mother said simply, "He was just a boy." Azadeh Mashiri, BBC News.
Foreign Secretary David Lammy heads to China today for a 2-day visit, which is being seen as a resumption of high-level engagement with the country. Mr. Lammy will discuss issues including climate change, foreign policy, and the war in Ukraine with his Chinese counterpart. as well as holding talks with British businesses based in Shanghai. The body of Alex Salmond is due to be flown home to Scotland later today. The former First Minister died on Saturday after suffering a heart attack whilst attending a conference in North Macedonia. It's understood a private individual paid for the chartered flight. The government is promising to eliminate a backlog of 23,000 suspected modern slavery cases within 2 years. The Minister for Safeguarding, Jess Phillips, has pledged to hire 200 extra staff by early next year so that victims can receive faster decisions about their cases. Campaigners say some people are waiting years. King Charles and Queen Camilla are on their way to Australia for their biggest overseas trip since the King began cancer treatment. Our senior royal correspondent Daniela Ralph joins us now from Sydney. Daniela, good morning to you. Do you know, royal tours, they may seem like, oh, we just go see lots of nice people and have a fun time. They are intense, aren't they? There's a tight schedule usually applied to these.
Yeah, good morning, Naga. They are very much on a tight schedule, and there is a real choreography to royal tours as well around the kind of areas they cover. So you're looking at diplomacy, environment, culture, all of those marks will be hit on this particular royal tour to Australia and then on to Samoa for the King and Queen. They are due to arrive here in Australia in a couple of hours' time. When they do land, it'll be getting dark at that point here in Sydney, and the Opera House behind me will be lit up with images of royal tours of old. There hasn't been a reigning monarch visit Australia since the late Queen in 2011. And this is a really important trip for the King. It has been a really challenging year for him. He hasn't really been able to work properly since his cancer diagnosis. He's had to pull back from some of his public-facing duties for his treatment. And 9 months ago, it was pretty much impossible to imagine that he could do a trip of this kind, that he could cope with the rigours of travelling more than 10,000 miles from the UK, that 24-hour journey with that punishing time difference. It was hard to think that he'd be able to do it because of his cancer treatment. But adjustments have been made to the schedule. A rest day has been put in. No evening engagements here in Australia, and they will be here, the King and Queen, later this morning.
Daniela, thanks so much. That's our royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, in Sydney.
Oh, a little wave to those people behind there in Sydney.
Did they wave?
They wave.
Oh, okay.
Hi back.
No happy waving for England's cricketers. Sorry to say this. England's cricketers suffered defeat against Pakistan this morning, losing by 152 runs in the second test in Multan. They did start the day 36 for 2. They had a big target though, 297 to win.
But they lost 4 wickets inside the opening hour. That was before Captain Ben Stokes was dismissed, losing his bat as he came down the wicket before being stumped.
Yeah, I don't think it mattered if the bat stayed in his hand or not, to be completely honest. Yeah. Okay, so Pakistan's first home test win since 2021. It levels the series at 1-1 because the first meeting was rather unbelievable as well. So, decisive third test next week. I don't mind that so much.
So
means the competition's open.
So not great news on the sport front, not great news on the weather front either. Matt, what's all this? It looks like something out of Dickensian London.
It does. It looks like a Sherlock Holmes type, film. The opening credits for the opening scene for a Sherlock Holmes film.
Yes, the thriller is about to begin. And not so thrilling the weather, but...
Oh, sell it. Sell it better.
Well, I don't think people will enjoy it. But yeah, there's going to be something quite windy coming our way over the next few days.
Drama, there you go.
But there you go. Yes, but out there at the moment, very calm. And that has led, given the fact the ground is so wet, and we had clear skies for the night, some dense patches of fog around, as you can see behind me in London. That fog will take a while to shift this morning, but it will do. Sunny spells for the vast majority for a while, but then the first sign of some wet and windy weather coming in later. Already got a few hints of that at the moment in the west of Ireland. But fog-wise, worse the conditions are across parts of the Midlands, also into parts of the southeast and east Anglia, affecting some of the major routes in and out of London. But it's not just here. There are a few fog patches elsewhere, not just quite as widespread. Sunny spells, though, for most starting dry, but already outbreaks of rain in Northern Ireland. Coming and going this morning, drier for a time, and then something much wetter and windier later. We will see splashes of rain push into Scotland, Wales, and western areas of England into the afternoon. Cloud amounts generally increasing, but many eastern areas staying dry. And after a bit of a fresh start, temperatures into the mid, if not high teens later on. It's not going to feel like that though in the west as the rain falls and the winds pick up. 50, maybe 60-mile gusts, just about possible, but generally a little bit lower than that. Western Scotland, Northern Ireland, evening rush hour with some very heavy rainfall for a time. As I said, there'll be a few splashes of rain ahead of it, but that band of heavy rain will gradually sweep across all parts through tonight. Don't forget, some areas, especially around the borders of England and Wales, still experiencing flooding from the other day, so any further rain not wanted. It will turn dry here. At least it's a shorter spell of rain through tonight. Temperatures dropping down into single figures. Milder night tonight in the east, but we'll see rain linger in some eastern counties of England for a time on Saturday before brightening up. Many sunny spells and a few showers. But the next flip of the story is some even windier weather coming from this area of low pressure on Sunday. Widespread gales expected. I'll have more on that though in half an hour.
Yeah, look forward to that. It's neat news we need to know, really, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
See you then.
Thanks, Matt. The time just approaching 17 minutes past 8. Now, it is a drug that can extend the life of breast cancer patients by an average of 6 months. But Enhertu is currently only available on the NHS in Scotland.
Campaigners are calling on the health assessment body, NICE, to reverse its decision not to recommend the medication for use in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. There are concerns about its cost. Our health correspondent, Catherine Burns, can explain.
I'm not ready to die yet. I've got more life to live and I feel that's being taken away from me.
By the time Jeannie Ambrose discovered she had breast cancer, it had already spread to her bones. Now, aged 53, it's in her liver too.
I want to stay alive. I want to have some fun. I want to be happy. I know that this isn't going to end well, and I'm not ready for that yet.
So for her, the focus is on what she calls living well, especially being with her family, but also finding time for adventures too. Like skydiving, because terminal illness isn't just about hospital visits. It can also look like this: playing with children, holidays, sport and work. All of these women have the same kind of advanced breast cancer, known as HER2-low. It's spread to other parts of their bodies and is incurable. But there's a drug that can extend their life by an average of 6 months. It's called Enhertu, but they can't get it. So far, 19 countries in Europe are offering Enhertu through their services to patients with HER2-low breast cancer, including France and Germany, as well as places like Bulgaria and Romania. Scotland has given the green light too, but it's the only part of the UK where these patients will get it on the NHS. In England, the health assessment body NICE says Enhertu is not value for money. Wales and Northern Ireland will follow this guidance too.
NICE decides which treatments to recommend on the NHS by balancing cost and benefit. Severe diseases get extra weight. Recently, it's changed its system for doing this. Now diseases can be rated as having no severity, no extra weight, or highly severe, lots of extra weight, which can help balance out the costs. In this case, though, the rating is medium severity, not the maximum weight, and not enough to tip the scales in the favour of these patients.
We have a difficult job at NICE. We have to be looking at how to support the NHS to best spend the finite budget that it has. So whilst our decisions can be devastating for patients, we have to think about that broader position of the NHS.
But the drug companies insist the price is fair.
The right decision at the moment is absolutely a single outlier. We're calling on the government, we're calling on the Department of Health. We need to come together, we need to resolve that, because if we are unable to resolve that, these women are still going to, unfortunately, be without access to this medicine.
Caroline Mullins has one aim: to be alive when her daughter starts primary school next year. She is on Enhertu because her health insurance is paying for it.
I'm so grateful that I'm able to access this, and I feel sickened and saddened for the women who, through the NHS, this lifeline is not available to them.
There are about 1,000 people who need Enhertu. Drug companies and charities are worried that other conditions could be affected in the future too. But for these patients, the dilemma is if or how they could get the treatment now.
We shouldn't be having to thinking of moving to Scotland or selling our houses or, and I'm really, really annoyed and upset that NICE don't feel that my life's important enough to extend that my contribution to society and to my community, to my friends, my family, that's not important enough.
So that report there from our health correspondent, Catherine Burns. Let's talk now to Rachel Davis, who has secondary breast cancer, and Claire Rowney, who's the chief executive of the charity Breast Cancer Now. Morning to you both. Nice to see you both. Rachel, tell us about your diagnosis.
Yeah, so I got diagnosed initially in April 21 with primary breast cancer. I had all treatment, surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy. But unfortunately, 2 months after finishing, I was diagnosed with secondary breast cancer. And with secondary, I knew that there was no longer any chance of a cure, but that it could be treatable. And many women can live for many years with secondary breast cancer and live well, providing that they have treatments that are working for them. You only get a certain number of treatment lines before you run out. And for me, unfortunately, I've gone through them very quickly, and I'm now on my last treatment option through the NHS. The last treatment that's available to me through the NHS anyway. Obviously, there's Enhertu, which I should have, and my oncologist believes I should have as well, but it's not available for me in Wales. So yes, that's the predicament I'm in now, that I'm currently on my last treatment option on the NHS, and I know that there's this treatment out there that could potentially give me more time.
How do you know? You said you went through your treatments more quickly than expected.
Yeah, so
how do you know you've gone through a treatment?
So I have scans every 3 months to monitor my cancer and to check if there's been any progression. And the last 3 treatment lines that I've had, each 3 months I've had progression.
Right.
So my cancer spread throughout my bones. It's basically all through my spine and my pelvis. But it's also in my liver and lung. The main concern is the liver at the moment.
So what would Enhertu, this drug, do? What do the doctors say, okay, as the next line of treatment, this will mean?
Well, it could potentially stop the progression.
So it doesn't it don't push it back?
It could reduce it.
Could it?
Yeah, it could help reduce the mets that I have. If I had Enhertu already, I probably wouldn't have progressed as much and as quickly as I had by now. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. I haven't had it. There's no guarantee that it would work either. Nobody knows with the treatment if it's going to work.
But what does it mean if it gives you hope?
Well, exactly. And it's the one treatment I believe that would work for me, because it's one of the very limited number of treatment lines that treat HER2 low. And I've not had anything specific for HER2 low. This is the one treatment that I could have, but unfortunately I can't in Wales.
And Claire, how much of a game changer is this drug? And I suppose 2 questions in one, but the significance of that drug, but then also that it is being made unavailable for people.
Yeah.
Like in Rachel's case, the difficulty of knowing it's there, but you can't have it.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually one of the most devastating things for people like Rachel. So it's very common that a treatment won't be effective for a very long period of time for people who have secondary breast cancer that's spread. So having multiple treatments is really important for life expectancy. And what's really great is lots of new drugs are being developed all the time. So if Rachel could get onto Enhertu, that would probably give her at least another 6 months, by which time another drug might have been developed, which might give her another 6 months. So it's all of these drugs are extending life, sometimes by quite small amounts, but what that might give you is another opportunity for another drug treatment kind of down the line.
So what's the reasoning?
it's all come down to money now.
How does NHS Scotland have the money to pay for it, and NHS Wales or NHS England or NHS Northern Ireland?
Yeah, so 19 countries across Europe have agreed to prescribe it. We know you can get it in the US and Canada. So it's not, we're an outlier in England, Wales and Northern Ireland not to be prescribing it. So, and the reason is NICE have changed the way that they decide how they'll fund drugs. And this is quite a new change. And it was done with lots of good intention. And it was really about passing more drugs through for other diseases as well as cancer.
So because it's devolved,
yeah,
they can make the decision. So those NHS departments trusts can make the decision based on the country,
indeed,
on the nation that it is looking after. So it can look at the demographics.
Yeah,
doesn't help you, but someone's got to make that decision, haven't they?
Yes, yeah. No, it doesn't help me and many other women. But for me, it's just really confusing because knowing that Scotland and so many other countries have agreed that this is a drug that will help women like me, but Wales and England and Northern Ireland don't agree with that. And the only reason I believe is that it comes down to cost.
So who do you persuade? Who says, okay, I'll listen?
Yeah. So there are a few people that we need to kind of get together and agree this. So there's the pharmaceutical companies that will set the cost of the product.
Is it expensive?
It's well, it's all done very confidentially, these negotiations. So we don't know the precise price, but what we do know is Scotland think they can afford it.
Right.
19 other countries can across Europe. So NICE, NHS England, the government need to get together with the pharmaceutical company and agree a price. So we're in this, Rachel is in this deadlock. And what we need is for those people to get together and navigate a way through, because right now, every day that passes means thousands of women who would benefit from this life-extending drug aren't getting it.
Are you hopeful it will change?
Listen, we all have hope that things will change. This is kind of the business of running a charity like Breast Cancer Now is. Yeah, of course we have hope. We have hope that we can change things. I'm sitting down with Wes Streeting next week to talk to him about this very topic. I was in Parliament this week talking about breast cancer. 200 MPs came to see me, see what was happening in their constituency. So we know people care, but actually what we need is a few people to make some pragmatic and compassionate decisions so that the thousands of women who can't get Enhertu right now in England, Wales and Northern Ireland are able to, and quickly.
I bet you just wish you could just focus on your health rather than all of this, don't you?
Yeah. You know, I've had to consider, would I move to Scotland to try to get it? I've had to consider, should I privately fund it? And it's a lot of pressure to try and privately fund something to give you more time and to stop you dying sooner. You know, it's an immense pressure, and it's so expensive to fund privately as well.
It's also stuff you just don't need to be thinking about.
No, yeah. You know, all anybody, you know, wants in my position is more time. You know, we know it's not going to cure us, but it could provide us more time to live our lives with our family and to live our lives well, you know, and able to live relatively well at the moment. It's not what many would expect, you know. So yes, it's really heartbreaking to know about this drug. And it's a drug that had a standing ovation, you know, for how well it was treating HER2-low patients. And to know that it's there and I can't get it, it's really heartbreaking.
Thank you for coming in and talking to us.
Problem.
Luck.
Thank you.
With whatever treatment comes your way,
you.
Hopefully. And good luck with your meeting as well, Claire. It'll be really interesting to hear how that goes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Thank you.
It's just about to turn 8:30. It means it's time to get the news, the travel and the weather where you are.
Hello, I'm David Allard with the breakfast headlines here in the South. The number of suspected modern-day slaves being referred to authorities in the South has nearly doubled in 5 years. Last year, almost 1,000 people were identified as victims of exploitation across the Thames Valley, Hampshire, Dorset and Wiltshire. Charities are calling for the government to investigate their cases more quickly, as some victims are waiting up to 4 years.
the system was originally designed for it to be a short period of support and reflection time, and people are getting stuck in the system for years. And so we're here to make sure that those ridiculous waiting times that are dangerous for people and costly to the state are reducing.
Firefighters from across Dorset have spent the night tackling a large blaze at an industrial unit in Sturminster Marshall. The wooden building off Dorchester Road contained trucks and motorbikes, along with a number of gas cylinders. Some people living nearby had to leave their homes for a while as a precaution. 2 fire crews remain at the scene this morning, and investigation into the cause of the fire is due to begin. Stargazers across the south have been enjoying October's full moon, known as the Hunter's Moon. And thanks for the pictures you've been sending in. Supermoons happen when the moon is closest to the Earth, appearing bigger and brighter than normal. This will be the brightest of all the supermoons this year. A lot of Mr. Fog still around this morning. Let's get the latest weather forecast now with B. Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We have got some sunshine on offer for today, but first of all, we have got fairly dense fog patches out there. They can be quite slow to clear and they could cause a little bit of disruption first thing on the roads. But that should lift through the course of the morning to be replaced by some sunshine. Particularly further east, we'll hang on to that brightness. Out towards the west, though, more cloud. Eventually, some showers making their way in. And the winds will start to pick up as well through the afternoon. So becoming quite gusty, but mild with temperatures at 16, maybe 17 degrees. Overnight tonight, we get more cloud and outbreaks of rain. And this band behind me will be fairly heavy as it sweeps its way eastward. So with the cloud, the rain and the strengthening winds, it won't be as cold as last night. Now that rain will take its time, but it will eventually clear eastwards through the course of Saturday. And bar a few showers, most of us seeing some dry weather with some decent sunny spells and light winds. Have a good day.
Quite a few problems on the roads this morning. The M27 in Hampshire is partially blocked eastbound between junction 3 for Southampton Docks and 4 for the M3. That's due to a broken down vehicle. While at junction 7 for Hedge End, the eastbound exit slip road is closed for emergency repairs. At Astle in Oxfordshire, the A40 is partially blocked in both directions due to an obstruction on the road near the Astle Barrow roundabout. In Southampton, the Itchen Bridge is closed in both directions. That's due to an ongoing police incident. And on the water, delays of up to 20 minutes on red funnel vehicle ferry sailings between Southampton and East Cowes. That's due to fog in the Solent. More travel updates, of course, on your BBC local radio station. I'm back with a final bulletin around 9:15. Now then, back to Naga and Ben in Salford. Bye-bye.
8:33 is the time. Welcome back. Now, we'll return to one of our main stories. Liam Payne's One Direction bandmates have spoken publicly for the first time following his death at the age of 31. In a joint statement, Harry Styles, Niall Horan, Zayn Malik and Louis Tomlinson said, "We're completely devastated by the news of Liam's passing. In time, and when everyone's able to, there will be more to say. But for now, we will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we loved dearly." They added that the memories we shared with him will be treasured forever. For now, our thoughts are with his family, his friends, and the fans who loved him alongside us. We will miss him terribly. We love you, Liam. Some of the band members also took to social media individually. Zayn Malik wrote, "I lost a brother when you left us and can't explain to you what I'd give to just give you a hug one last time." In his post, Harry Styles says, "The years we spent together will forever remain among the most cherished years of my life." Lewis Tomlinson posted, "I got a chance to see the kind brother I'd longed for all my life." Now, our correspondent Phil Lambden has been speaking to one of Liam's high school friends alongside others who knew him from his home city of Wolverhampton.
Liam Payne, a music superstar, releasing hit after hit, helping One Direction to global glory. He found fame while still a teenager, but his best friend from secondary school, John Carpenter, knew him long before the rest of the world did.
It was the first day of year 7, and Liam actually came over to me and he said, "Oh, come on, John, let's join the cross-country team together." And I found out later that he was a really keen runner, and he had been running for many years, but nevertheless, he encouraged me to try and become as good as he was.
For years, the pair trained and raced together.
hoping to reach the Olympics.
When Liam was around 13, his focus shifted from running to singing and performing, and you had a part in that.
Yes, there was a joke that went around St Peter's at the time that I pushed him into singing because I started to beat him at the cross-country races in the Wolverhampton schools races. And certainly from year 10 onwards, he started to focus a lot more on singing and the drama side of things.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars.
And Liam's career path was set from 2008 at his first X Factor audition. He was only 14. Come back in a few years, the judges told him. And in 2010, he did just that.
One massive, fat, almighty yes. I was really proud. Overnight, it seemed, Liam went from an ordinary young, hard-working, humble guy from Wolverhampton to a megastar. It was just surreal for us all. We couldn't believe what was going on. We had the local media coming to our school, holding up X Factor banners, saying, "Go Liam."
He had overnight fame. What was that like then, when he came back to school and he was your friend?
He walked up to me and he said in a jokey way, "John, I think you need to be my bodyguard. I'm worried that the other pupils are going to come after me." And literally 30 seconds later, like that, all of the young people and teenagers in St Peter's were out of their classrooms like a shot. And they had their phones out taking selfies with Liam and myself, and one or two others were trying to guard him against the crowd. So yes, it was amazing to see, really. We'd never seen anything like it before on our own doorstep in Wolverhampton.
Liam was now living his entire adult life in the spotlight, but said he hadn't missed out on his teenage years.
When we came out from school, you know, and college and stuff, we would have gone to uni, whereas this has been like our little kind of uni, having your mates around, you know, like especially when we started in X Factor House as well, stopping in the same little room, whatever. Like, you know, it's just living it out in a different way, and I think, you know, I had to choose between the two. I'd do this every single time.
Jodie Richards taught Liam dance from the age of 12. She spoke to him just a few hours before he died.
Liam meant the world to me. So I've got 3 children of my own, 3 boys, and I also consider Liam to be, you know, family to me. He's definitely made a big impact on my life, as I hope I've made an impact on his life.
Those who knew Liam will remember him not just as a pop star, but as a funny and brave soul who left a lasting impact on them all. Fiona Landing.
I'm going to sleep. Oh, fuck. To Arisha Williams from the JLS, who knew Liam from his time. Arisha, morning to you. I'm right in saying you first met Liam, didn't you, for his original audition before he was told to come back a couple of years later. How do you remember the first time you met him?
Yeah, I remember Liam coming into the room, and he was just this big ball of energy, just electric personality, great voice, and you know, just wanted to do well for himself, but also do well for his family. And I remember when he didn't get through, I took him to one side and I said to him, "Look, it's not over, man. Go back again, and actually maybe you should be in a boy band. You've got that vibe about you." And his mum kind of came over to me, hugged me, and cried on my shoulder, and she just said, "You know, Risha, it's so like in this moment where, you know, he felt the most amount of rejection, you really just encouraged my son." And from then on, you know, anytime I saw his mum, we always kind of had that emotional connection because she knows that I'm close to my mum, I'm a mummy's boy, Liam's a mummy's boy, and we just kind of connected on that level, you know.
Yeah, and wise words from you, I guess, at that stage, because you were in sort of exactly the same position, weren't you? You were auditioning on this show, and you know, to create the band. And I suppose that's the difficulty when someone in that sort of scenario wants it so badly. He knew he was talented, he knew he could sing, but it's like getting that break when you want it so badly. It's really disappointing if you don't get through.
Yeah, rejection's tough, especially in this industry. I mean, in life in general, rejection's tough. And the pressure of having so many eyes on you, having all these cameras on you, it doesn't feel real. And Liam was so young. You know, he was a kid. He was, I think, 14 years old. when we first kind of started auditioning on a platform that big. And I always say to myself, I would never want to be any younger than I was, because it's a lot for, you know, a young person to take on their shoulders, and very courageous of him to come back again and try and change the outcome of the first time round.
This news, of course, came as a shock for so many yesterday. So difficult for so many of his fans. Arisha, when did you find out? When did you learn the sad news?
I was at home with my wife and our family, and the breaking news came up, and it was like it wasn't real. I started to shout around the house, no, no. I was pacing up and down, just, you know, shouting no with my head in my hands, and my wife had to just try and, you know, console me, and it was just too close to home. You know, it's like we see each other over the years. You know, I've hung out with Liam, spent time with him at his place a couple of times, and we've had some really emotional, deep conversations. Like, the guy was such a beautiful soul, and I can't even say that he was. It just feels very, very, very strange. And, you know, we spoke about things that, you know, a lot of people don't know about him, and things that he has shared with me. And he really showed me that kind of this famous celebrity life, actually the reason why he was doing what he was doing, and I related to him, was because we both had a passion and a love for singing and music, and what a great singer he was.
You talked about the difficulties of rejection in any walk of life, but particularly in an industry like the music industry. And it also comes with so many other challenges as well, doesn't it? Well-documented challenges that Liam faced around alcohol and drugs. It's a really tough industry. Do you think there should be more effort put into a duty of care by those who are running the industry to look after all of their talent, but particularly someone who joined an industry at such a young age?
100%. You know, I feel like with the music industry, there isn't enough duty of care. It's a tough game. You have to have very thick skin, and when you haven't kind of lived life and been through different trials and tribulations, to go through trials and tribulations whilst being under the spotlight is a very difficult thing. You know, it's very, very, very difficult. And who's there to support? I mean, I've been through my own trials and tribulations, and which has been well documented, and you know, there was nowhere for me to look at. I just had my family and friends and my loved ones to hold me up. And I feel like with Liam, you know, it's the same. I guess, you know, he did have obviously a beautiful family, but you're out there alone in this crazy, crazy world where there's a lot of vultures. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, it's tough to navigate. Very, very tough to navigate sometimes. And you have to constantly remind yourself that the reason why I'm doing this is because I love music.
Do you get any help to navigate that sort of?
No, I mean, it's all brand new. I mean, you know, it's very, very brand new. I mean, the great thing about the X Factor was that it was kind of like a boot camp and training. So for someone like me who had never been to stage school, or, you know, I was just a kid singing, you know, from my bedroom, walking into an industry that was completely alien to me. I was able to go through the X Factor and be able to learn a lot through doing the boot camp and teaching us certain things. But then when you come out of it and you're on your own, it's kind of like nothing prepares you for, you know, like the pandemonium that ensues. And obviously Liam was a global superstar, so that's a different level type of fame. I mean, a whole different level.
Arisha, thank you for talking to us this morning. Arisha Williams from JLS, thank you.
Coming up to 8:45, there are 68 days to go until Christmas, and charities want more toy donations to help families living with the cost of living crisis.
Yeah, Ben is looking at this. He's at a charity shop in Manchester for us this morning, and Ben, it's all about getting stuff like this into the shops before Christmas, not after, when you might have had a bit of a clear out.
Yes, exactly. And for people like me who might be closing the shelves for some items for friends and family, perhaps for your favourite BBC Breakfast presenter colleagues, I'll leave the two of you to fight over that one. But we are here with good reason at the Manchester Superstore of Oxfam. It's one of their 500 stores around the UK, and it is a really important time of year for them. They are stressing that now is the time that they need those toy and gift donations to give families who shop here the widest possible choice and chance to prepare well ahead of Christmas. Emily's one of the staff here. What have you got on the trolley? Just through some of the donations.
So we've got some toys, some games, some puzzles, lots of things that children would love at Christmas.
And this is a busy time for you guys here.
We're expecting a lot of people to come down here, and we've even started Christmas a lot earlier this year, just to make sure everybody can get their presents in.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick look at the numbers, because in 2022, Oxfam stores hit sales of almost £21 million. And December is a particularly important year. Last Christmas, they saw a rise of 4% in sales compared with the Christmas before, partly in response to people's shopping habits changing, reflecting cost of living pressures. In a survey, 1 in 3 shoppers said they plan to buy second-hand this Christmas to keep costs down. But of course, for people to buy second-hand gifts, it needs items to be donated. So if you're thinking of donating, what are they looking for? Well, video games and board games are a particular favourite. They're also after DVDs and music. That's also a good thing. You've got some that are in good condition, of course, is the important thing. And if you're donating teddies and soft toys, they have to be in good condition, clean and washed before they're donated. Let's go to the manager, Sam, who's busy overseeing things here in these weeks. You've worked in charity retail for a while. How much of a difference do you notice in terms of donations and shoppers?
We're seeing quite a big difference. We're seeing as the trends move forward that Christmas shoppers are coming in earlier each year to try and find Christmas items for their families and their children. So we're really grateful for the pre-loved donations that we get into store, so that we can share them with the local community.
And when people are donating, what things do you not want? Because presumably that's an issue as well.
We accept everything. We encourage all donations. We're very grateful for everything that we get over the door, and it's easy to donate with us. You can donate in store, or you can request a free postal bag to donate with us as well.
Okay. And, you know, cost of living pressures, have you noticed an increase in people buying second-hand gifts rather than just saying they're going to buy second-hand gifts?
Absolutely, yeah. We're seeing that with a trend with our customers who are coming in with children. So they still want the same quality you would expect from any product, but it's just pre-loved items that get a second chance at life for our customers.
Okay, Sam, thank you very much. And let me show you, because the, sorry, just past Sam. The money goes to help pay for things like this. This is a water tank that goes to people in disaster zones. It's a replica of one and helps people have fresh water if they're spending Christmas in a disaster zone or a conflict area. So the money all goes to help with the charity's work. There's all sorts of items. There's the toys for the younger family friends. There are also the music collections here, the vinyl collection. Look at that one. What could be more apt? Some ABBA, Money, 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 very much on topic. I was looking for some items. I don't know if you and Ben have a record player, Naga, but I thought maybe, what have we got here? Some Barry Manilow for you, Naga, maybe, and I don't know, some Barbara Streisand, Ben? Any of those take your fancy?
Yeah, Barbara. Send me Barbara. Get me Barbara, Ben. Thanks.
Get you some Barbara. Tell you what, I mean, I know we're almost out of time, but I picked out a little bit of a track. The classic, this is a Scylla track for you. I remember it. That doesn't make you feel festive.
There's your new one for the morning. Thanks very much, Ben. He's enjoying it there, isn't he?
I like that little musical interlude. Thank you.
It is coming up to 10 minutes to 9 now. We're going to be talking about the scandal that rocked the British establishment. Take a 46-year-old War Minister, John Profumo, found to be having a clandestine relationship with a 19-year-old dancer, Christine Keeler.
Yeah, now more than 60 years later, a new series of unearthed recordings is set to offer another perspective on the Profumo affair.
Keeler's flatmate at the time was Mandy Rice-Davies, and it's her first-hand account which is featured in this new Radio 4 series. Our reporter Joe Inwood picks up the story.
It was the sex scandal of the 60s. The Profumo affair brought down the Secretary of State for War, helped end the Macmillan government, marked the end of the age of deference. And at the heart of it all were two young women, Christine Keeler and Mandy Rice-Davies. They both worked as dancers, enjoying a libertine lifestyle, just as 60s London was getting into its swing.
He's
These talented hands belong to Dr. Stephen Ward.
They moved in with Dr. Stephen Ward, osteopath to the rich and famous, and an amateur artist. It was a life of promiscuity and partying. One of Christine Keeler's lovers was John Profumo, the Secretary of State for War. But she was also sleeping with this man, Yevgeny Ivanov, a Russian spy. When Profumo lied about the affair in Parliament and was then caught in that lie, it was the scandal of the decade.
I who have nothing.
It led to Dr. Ward, who had introduced everyone, being put on trial for supposedly living off the immoral earnings of the women, something they always denied.
Must walk through.
In the end, Stephen Ward killed himself, while Mandy Rice Davis became famous for the phrase, "He would, wouldn't he?" in response to an aristocrat denying an affair. The discovery of these tapes sheds a whole new light on the Profumo affair and gives Mandy Rice Davis a voice beyond that famous courtroom retort. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
We've got Mandy Rice Davis's daughter, Dana Malmstrom, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Who unearthed the recordings alongside Nick Lowe, who's producer of the Radio 4 series. Good morning.
Good morning. Talk to me about how you found these recordings, because they are a fascinating insight that we've never had before.
Yes. So I was clearing up my mother's house after my father died, and there was a cupboard full of clips and archives and scrapbooks, and there were these phone tapes, and it had just Mandy on them. And I came back with a bag of stuff and thought, I wonder what this is, and spoke to some of my colleagues, and they said, well, let's just take them to Snappy Snaps.
I was just saying, half the battle is finding a recorder to play them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened. And here was hours and hours of my mum talking.
Had she spoken about it to you when you were growing up?
Not really, but there was always so much stuff in the press, or my mum wrote a book, or there was always something, or whichever. So we never really touched on it. She was my mother. She was a grandmother, and that's really how she was for me. So.
And then, Nick, this is about bringing it all together, isn't it, in the series? How do you even start to get through so much material?
Well, as you'll know, telling any historic story, archive is king.
Yeah.
And the great thing about this story is you had 5 hours of one of the main protagonists telling that whole story, the whole timeline, but from a female perspective. Because if you think about it, this story happened in the early 60s, 60 to 63. All the politicians were male, all the journalists were male. So to actually hear this story told from the female perspective was what was really interesting about this. How do you get 5 hours down to 1 hour? Because it is archive on 4, so it's an hour slot. There's so much out that was great material that's still there, but we couldn't get it all in. But I had 2 jobs, one to tell the story of the Profumo affair for an audience that knows about it, and also an audience that doesn't know about it. There's a whole new generation, and mix it in with archives. So I had to concentrate on that. But Mandy's life was, I could do 3 hours on Mandy's life. But
if you have to distill it, there are certain phrases that you can't not have. Here's one.
I think my quote, "He would, wouldn't he?" struck a chord because it was so obvious. You have an aristocrat denying that he has had sexual relationships with me. And to me, it was the most natural thing in the world to say, well, he would, wouldn't he? And I think that's what struck the chord. It was the honesty of it, I suppose.
And Dana, that's the point there. In these recordings, you get a sense of, she didn't know quite how significant that statement was, and it's now the statement that has become so iconic in relation to this affair. Of course he'd say that. He would, wouldn't he? And that was really telling, that way she perceived it at the time.
Yes. And I think she'd also decided, things can either beat you or you can just put your shoulders back and not. And my mother was very much that sort of person all her life. sort of something's happened, let's get on with it and make the best of it. But listening to the tapes, I suppose what reminded me, not surprised me, was what a funny, intelligent woman my mother was.
And the press would have picked up, and you can't help it, not to just talk about her aesthetics. There's obviously much more to her, as you've said. But she was a beautiful young lady, captured the imagination of the press around the world as, Christine Keeler's flatmate. And I think, fair to say, good for her, she was aware of it, because this comes up in another clip, because she was a young girl. Let's remember when all this was happening, a young woman.
Next thing, he gets out and he shouts up at the window and he says, Christine, I know you're there. I put my head out the window and I say, Christine's not here. She's gone to the hairdresser's. And he shoots. And the bullet whizzes past my ear and lodges in the wall behind. So now I'm flat on the floor. Christine, semi-hysterical as well. It was like a bloody French farce, really. And I'm trying to take the curlers out of my hair for some strange reason.
I like her. I really like her. Nick, pick up on that moment.
So that was a moment when Christine Keeler's boyfriend, Johnny Edgecombe, became a bit of a stalker after she dumped him. And she went fleeing to the house where Mandy was staying. And he was shooting. He turned up and he was shooting outside. And there you go. You've got a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and she's more worried about getting the curlers out of here rather than phoning the police and getting that right. But that's just an example of the insight you get to a young woman living through that eye of a storm. It's really quite an insight.
It's interesting, the narrative around those two women, because it so easily could have been two women of ill repute, and establishment, war minister, how dare they even, and that change, that just marked a real infallibility that these politicians no longer have.
Yes.
It was a real moment. Did your mum ever talk about that?
I'd like to say she did, but no, I think as she grew older towards the end of her life, I think when I found there's a lockup downstairs and I opened it up and there's boxes and boxes of scrapbooks and notes and things she'd written, and I think she was just, as she just couldn't quite let it go as she got older about trying to find out why, who, where, when.
And also, I suppose, just figuring out how she was treated at the time by the press and the media and everything, and then having to get on with life.
Yeah.
Always being tarred is the wrong word, but associated with that scandal. It is fascinating. I looked for it this morning, so I wanted to listen to it. Not yet, is it?
No, tomorrow. Excuse me, on Radio 4, 8 o'clock.
And then it'll be available on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds.
Excellent. It's called the Mandy Rice Davis Place. And have you listened to it yet?
Yes.
Do you like it?
I absolutely love it. I think it gives my mother the opportunity to have the last word, because you can't change a spoken word, can you?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Dana Malmstrom, thank you very much for joining us. Nick, really looking forward, Nick Lowe, really looking forward to hearing it. Thank you.
Thanks. Good stuff.
Headlines coming up.
Oh, sorry.
Are you serious?
You got jokes, yeah? Are you only happy?
Yes, it's exactly the effect I wanted and more. Comedy to lift your mood on BBC iPlayer.
Come on, Ben, you're going to be late.
Some children carry more than others. With our help, their mental health issues can feel lighter. BBC Children in Need. We're there for you.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Naga Manchetti and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. Israel's Prime Minister says that the killing of the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the man accused of planning the October 7th attacks, does not mean the end of the war in Gaza.
Liam Payne's One Direction bandmates pay tribute to the singer and say they are completely devastated by his death.
1 in 3 men say they'd be afraid to give life-saving CPR to a woman in case they're accused of inappropriate touching.
I can understand their attitude, but that's one thing we need to get over because time is so critical.
And in the last half hour, the Irish Weather Service have named Storm Ashley our first named storm of the season, set to bring some rough conditions for us on Sunday. I'll take you all through all the details shortly here on Breakfast.
Hello, good morning. It's just after 9 o'clock. It's Friday, the 18th of October. Our main story today. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the war with Hamas is not over, despite Israel's killing of its chief, Yahya Sinwar.
The death of the 61-year-old whose thoughts were planned for the October 7th attacks is being seen as a major victory for Mr. Netanyahu, who said his soldiers would continue fighting until all hostages are released.
Well, our Middle East correspondent is Yolande Now, who joins us now from Jerusalem. And Yolande, morning to you. And I wonder at this stage what the reaction has been to that killing.
I mean, this is being seen as a big victory for Israel, a big blow to Hamas, of course. And we had the Prime Minister in that address to Israelis still really stressing that the fighting would go on with full force. They've yet to achieve the goals of the war, which include really wiping out Hamas's military and political capabilities in Gaza, but also, of course, bringing home the dozens of Israeli hostages who remain in Palestinian territory until today. And so we saw a lot of celebrations by Israelis. They were handing out sweets. There were people dancing in the streets, welcoming the news. You know, Yahya Sinwar's death is seen as the country's #1 enemy. But at the same time, you know, there was a different reaction coming from some of the hostage families. The main group representing them organized a rally again in Tel Aviv, and you had people that welcomed, of course, Yahya Sinwar's killing, but they also were pointing out that this is an uncertain and moment potentially for the hostages, and they are putting pressure on the government, saying that it must turn this military success into a ceasefire and hostage release deal. And already we've had a lot of, you know, comments from world leaders, and they're tending to sort of look at it in that way as well. We've got the Americans really looking at this as having removed what they say is the chief obstacle to a deal. Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, expected to come back to this region in the coming days to try to get ceasefire talks restarted again.
Okay, Yolande, for now, thank you. Yolande Now there in Jerusalem. Now it's 3 minutes past 9, and there have been more tributes after the death of Liam Payne and Naga. These tributes from those who knew him well.
Indeed, these are from his bandmates, One Direction bandmates, who say they're completely devastated following his death at the age of 31. Police in Argentina continue to investigate after the singer fell from a third-floor hotel balcony in Buenos Aires on Wednesday. Our correspondent, Azadeh Mashiri, has more.
Fans had long called for a One Direction reunion, but now Liam Payne's former bandmates are united in grief. In a statement, Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Niall Horan and Harry Styles said, "We will take some time to grieve and process the loss of our brother, who we love dearly."
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, we can't.
That sense they were more than bandmates, more than friends, was echoed in separate tributes. Louis Tomlinson thanked Liam for being the kind brother I'd longed all my life for. Zayn Malik wrote, "I lost a brother when you left us and can't explain to you what I'd give to just give you a hug one last time." And Harry Styles said he was devastated and wrote, "The years we spent together will forever remain among the most cherished years of my life." Fans are still in disbelief. Police say he fell from the third floor of the Casa Sur Hotel in Buenos Aires. Officials say by the time police arrived, Liam Payne had died of multiple traumatic injuries.
Fly me to the moon. Let me.
He rose to fame as a teenager in 2010 on The X Factor.
We're very excited about the album.
It's where he met his One Direction bandmates.
You don't know you're beautiful.
Together they became a global sensation. But after 6 years, the boy band went on an indefinite hiatus. Liam, who'd already had songwriting credits under his belt, went on to pursue a solo career. But amidst the global stardom, he was open about the impact on his mental health and his struggles with addiction. The former X Factor judge Sharon Osbourne has now said, "We all let you down. Where was this industry when you needed them?" His friends and family have praised Liam Payne's talent and his kindness, in shock as his career, his life ended so soon. Harry Styles' mother said simply, "He was just a boy." Azadeh Mashiri, BBC News.
A baby has died after a boat attempting to cross the English Channel sank on Thursday night. French authorities say 65 people were rescued when the overloaded boat, which was carrying migrants, started sinking off the coast of Ouessant in northern France. The baby was found unconscious at sea and later declared dead. King Charles and Queen Camilla are on their way to Australia for their biggest overseas trip since the King began cancer treatment. The visit has reopened questions about the future of the monarchy in Australia and the debates around whether the country should become a republic. Our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, has more on this. I should warn you, her report does contain some flashing images.
It will be the first visit to Australia for a reigning king. Previous male monarchs never made it this far. But later today, King Charles and Queen Camilla arrive in Sydney for a trip that will include diplomacy, the environment and culture.
Shortly afterwards, Prince Charles and Princess Anne flew in to join them.
It is familiar territory for the king, his 17th visit here. As an unmarried Prince of Wales, he was quite the attraction.
It was to the foot of the rock that the Aborigines...
His visits with Princess Diana drew big crowds and generated some memorable moments. And in recent years, he's represented his mother as she stepped back from international travel. But 8 months ago, it was hard to see how this trip could happen. A short stay in hospital and a cancer diagnosis limited what the king was able to do. But with modifications, the visit to Australia and Samoa goes ahead.
The royal visit has been organised in conjunction with the King's doctors. It is shorter than originally planned, and the schedule has been altered. New Zealand has been removed completely, and in Australia the focus will be on Sydney and Canberra. Here,
Kingsley Ward in Married Lodge is completely removed. It's gone. It's not there anymore. Oh my God. And Desborough House, they changed their fucking phone number. Yep.
Preparations for the trip have included a Commonwealth reception in London and a chance to hear from
because they are guilty.
The Australian community.
Guilty. Gross misconduct, brutality, mental torment,
is going to be
and more. I mean, what can I say? You know the score.
There is still a simmering Republican sentiment under the surface here, although it's currently drowned out by more pressing political issues. For the King and Queen, the visit is a chance for normal royal business to resume after a challenging few months.
We'll pick up on the thoughts of the schedule there with our royal correspondent Daniela, who's obviously still in Sydney following the royal couple. Daniela, that schedule you picked up on, you pointed out, I mean, this is an older couple and dealing with health issues as well. There needs to be some mindfulness when coming to set that schedule.
That's right, and those adjustments have had to be made in order for this trip to happen at all. A few months ago, when there was news of the King's cancer diagnosis and then the treatment, it was really hard to imagine that we'd be standing here today, just an hour or so away from when the King and Queen would arrive here in Sydney, because it seemed unthinkable that he would be able to, the King, cope with the rigours of a 10,000-mile trip, a 24-hour journey, a 10-hour time difference. It just seemed that it would be too much for him because of his health issues. But those adjustments, as you say, that schedule has been changed a little bit to accommodate the King. So taking out New Zealand, which was going to make the trip much longer, making these evening engagements, taking them off the agenda as well. Again, it just shortens and limits the King's day, which pleased his doctors and meant that the trip could go ahead. So those adjustments have been really important, and the optics of this trip really matter for Buckingham Palace. The King has been limited this year. We've seen much less of him in public. So they really want this trip to say he is back in business.
Daniela, thanks very much for that. Daniela Ralph there. The Foreign Secretary David Lammy will head to China today for a 2-day visit, which is being seen as a resumption of high-level engagement with the country. Mr. Lammy will discuss issues including climate change, foreign policy and the war in Ukraine with his Chinese counterparts, as well as holding talks with British businesses based in Shanghai. The government is planning to increase the amount of money it raises from inheritance tax in the budget on October 30th. The BBC's learned that the Prime Minister and Chancellor are considering multiple changes to the levy, which currently includes several exemptions and reliefs. There's been a 13% rise in the number of reported fraud cases, with criminals stealing more than £3 million a day, according to figures from the banking industry. Despite the increase, the trade body UK Finance said losses have fallen slightly, totalling £572 million in the first half of the year. We were telling you in the last hour that England's cricketers have suffered defeat against Pakistan this morning, losing by 152 runs in the second test in Multan. It leaves a 3-match series tied at 1-1. The decisive third test will come next week, as our sports correspondent Joe Wilson reports.
There is always hope at the start of the day. Just get to 297 and England would win. Ollie Pope lasted 4 minutes. Pakistan had prepared for this. Dismissals with style. Pope was just the first. Within 20 minutes of play, Joe Root had gone LBW, and any fan knew the significance of that. The whole match had been set up for Pakistan spin bowlers, and England strategist Harry Brook here were failing. The word around Multan seemed to spread quick. Pakistan might win a test. Of course, England's captain was resisting. Ben Stokes executing the technique there on his return to cricket. Stokes on 37, and he was thoroughly stumped.
Gone.
The ball span one way, the batter, and actually the bat went another. Every England batter in this match fell to spin. Noman Ali, aged 38. The pitch was worn and old. He was reborn as a bowler. His 8th wicket of the innings deserved slow motion treatment. England 144 all out. Pakistan's first test win at home 2021. We don't need data to know that mattered. It was crystal clear on the faces. Joe Wilson, news.
We have the time now, 30 minutes past 9. Let's talk to Matt, who's got the weather for us this morning. And Matt, the first named storm of the season, we have the name.
We have the Irish Weather Service, Met Éireann, have named it for impacts across many of them on Sunday, but could also have some big impacts here as well as we go through Sunday and into Sunday night, as I will show you. So let's get on with the details. Good morning to you. First named storm of the season has finally been announced. It's going to impact, as I said, worse conditions in the west of Ireland, but will also have an impact for us as well. It's going to have an impact for travel, could cause some damage as well. And given the fact we're just off the back of a full moon, there's going to be some very rough conditions around western coast with the risk of flooding as well. So where is that storm at the moment? Well, it's actually over the other side of the Atlantic. It's this clump of cloud here, as you can see, ties into this though, which will still bring us some wet and windy weather later today. Rain set to push in more widely across Northern Ireland later on. Ahead of it, though, we've got mist and fog to contend with in central eastern England, which will gradually clear. Sunny spells for many in central eastern areas staying dry, but some outbreaks of rain will develop in the west, heaviest, though, into the evening. Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland, with winds touching 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. Overall, though, a fairly mild day. Now, the first batch of wet and windy weather will sweep across the country through tonight into tomorrow morning. Some pretty heavy bursts on that, falling onto already saturated ground, so there could be some minor flooding for 1 or 2 into tomorrow morning. Freshest conditions in the west, milder nights tonight across some eastern areas compared with the night just gone. But it's here where we start cloudy and wet. It could take all day for some of that rain to clear away from Kent, Essex, Suffolk and Norfolk, but elsewhere, not a bad day on Saturday. Winds fairly light, so we'll see sunny spells develop for the vast majority, just 1 or 2 isolated showers in the west. Overall, though, a little bit fresher than we'll see through today. But it's as we go through into Sunday. Here it is. This is Storm Ashley. At its worst, actually, in the Atlantic, way to the west of us. But as it moves across, it will sweep rain for all of us through Sunday. and winds. Here's the details of what's going to happen. Widespread gales during the daytime.
Horrendous. That's actually giving me a migraine. So I'd like to apologise to all of the listeners. Molly, that was fantastic. Have a great weekend, Molly. And it's loaded up. Lily Allen, LDN is the final choice from her. And success on the games today. Again. Really good. And an extra good choice as well. Everyone wins. Lily Allen, final choice on the 10-minute takeover today.
Riding through the city on my bike all day, cause the film took away my license. It doesn't get me down and I feel okay, cause the sights that I'm seeing are priceless. Everything seems to look as it should, but I wonder what goes on behind doors. A fella looking dapper when he's sitting with a everything seems nice, but if you look twice, this is all lies. Little old lady who was walking down the road, she was struggling with bags from Tesco. There are people from the city having lunch in the park, I believe that is called al fresco. When a kid came along to offer a hand, but before she had time to accept it, hits her over the head, doesn't care if she's dead, cause he's got all that jewelry and wallet. You love you, my friend,
La 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 la. Yeah.
LDN, Lily Allen, final choice from Newsbeat's Molly Pirella, who's on a train to Norwich. Laura in Southampton says she's going from London to Norwich. Yes, Norwich. Jordan Hard Landscaper says Norfolk and Norwich mentioned today is a big win for the county. And Lauren, who now lives in London, says I'm from Norwich originally, and it always makes me so happy when you talk about our fine city. And that's easy because it is a great idea. It's some 3 best years of my life there. Lily Allen, final choice, really good. Let's do another 10-minute takeover on Monday at 9 o'clock and give you a big old Friday dance tune now. Dom Dollar is back, this time with Tova Lo, and this track is called Cave. I hope you like it.
I got this hunger. Oh, you make me feel better to our soul. I can feel my walls coming down, bleeding now in a flame. You can call me deep with a line, like a cold sharp blade. I can feel my walls coming down, bleeding night for day. You can make me weak with a lie, I'm a daydream so quick. Oh, don't you look, I was crazy, don't want your love, but you hit me up like we never. I know all your tricks and you lick the lips, cause you know I'm gonna game. I'm gonna game. Don't want your love, but I'm crazy to touch more than ever. Don't want your love, but you hit me up like we never. I know all your tricks and you lick the lips, cause you know I'm gonna game. I'm gonna game. You pull me closer. I feel your skin. Memories wash over. I let you in. I can feel my walls coming down. Waiting now when I fade. You can call me deep with a line, like a cold sharp blade. I can feel my walls coming down. Waiting now I forget. You can make me weak with a lie. When they drift so quick. Don't want your love, but I'm free to touch more than ever. Don't want your love, but you hit me up like we never. I know all your tricks and you lick the lips, cause you know I'm gonna game. I'm gonna game. Yeah. Don't want your love, but I'm free to touch more than ever. Don't want your love, but you hit me up like we never. I know all your tricks and you lick the lips, cause you know I'm gonna game. I'm gonna game.
Emma's in Harwich and really enjoys that. She says, I heard this track Cave on Jack Saunders the other night. It's in the mornings as well. Dom Dollar, Tovalo, Cave on The Breakfast Show.
Coming up this afternoon, the official chart on Radio 1 with Jack Saunders. Can Sabrina Carpenter make it another week at number 1? Find out this afternoon from 4.
5, 6, 7, 8. It's on my bed, but I want non-fiction. I don't want the world, but I'll take this city. Who can blame a girl? Call me hot, not pretty. Baby, do you like to be? I'll lay you till you dance with me. It's like 199 degrees. When you do it with me, do it with me. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, snapping, clapping, touch your toes. Raise your hands up, body roll. Dance it out, you're hot to go. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, snapping, clapping, touch your toes. Raise your hands up, body roll. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. You can take me high to go. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. You can take me staring at my ceiling. I try not to care, but it hurts my feelings. You don't have to stare, come here, get with it. No one's supposed to be there in a damn hard minute. Baby, don't you like this beat? I made it so you sleep with me. It's like 199 degrees. When you do it with me, do it. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, snapping, clapping, touch your toes. Raise your hands up, body roll. Dance it out, you're hot to go. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, snapping, clapping, touch your toes. Raise your hands up, body roll. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, you can take me high. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, you can take me high. What does it take to get your number? What does it take to bring you home? Hurry up and try to suffer. Let's go. What does it take to get your number? Hurry up and get it home. Hurry up and try to suffer. Hurry up and
go on The Breakfast Show. Nearly 9:30, Friday morning. And it's Greg James. Hi. Ricky Melvin and Charlie with you from 10:30. Sabrina Carpenter on the way. Chasing Status as well. And Friday always brings us a raft of new music. And Jade is back with new stuff. We've heard Angel of My Dreams. That was the big first one. And this is a new one from her. Came out today. It's called Fantasy. Sounding great. Jade's new one is called Fantasy. It is on the Radio 1 Breakfast Show on Friday morning. It is Greg James with you till 10:30, and we've got anthems in half an hour's time. And as I said, Taste by Sabrina Carpenter is going to be on next. Before that, let's get some news with the latest is Callum Leslie.
Radio 1 Newsbeat. A post you might have seen already this morning from Harry, Niall, Louis and Zayn, talking about the One Direction bandmate Liam Payne after he died in Argentina. Newsbeat's Andrew Rogers, they say they're devastated.
And say they loved him dearly. While they'll need time to come to terms with what's happened, 3 of the bands have put out their own tributes too.
Yeah, Harry and Louis both with a photo of when they were on stage with Liam. Zayn's is with them sleeping beside each other on a bus.
This all after he fell from his hotel balcony in the city of Buenos Aires. Police say they think he was alone when it happened.
While a lot of people in the industry are still talking about Liam, Newsbeat was on the red carpet at the Independent Music Awards last night, where Master P spoke to us.
Yeah, like, it was very talented, so it's just a shame that happened, but it just kind of like shows you just like the way life is quite like that. It's just like one day they could be here and one day not, so I think it's good to appreciate artists while they're here.
It's as one of the people who used to be a judge in X Factor, Sharon Osbourne, says the whole music industry let Liam down. Israel's claiming a big moment in its war in Gaza after killing the leader of Hamas, the group that runs it,
who the UK and other countries see as terrorists. But Israel says the death of Yahya Sinwar won't mean the end of fighting there. Back here, a baby's died and 65 other people have been rescued from a small boat trying to cross the English Channel from France. Officials say it's after it started sinking. Some people working at Instagram and WhatsApp have been fired for using vouchers they've been given to pay for lunches to buy things like toothpaste and wine glasses. Bosses at Meta say they warned workers even. Some claim that's not true. England have lost the second cricket test to Pakistan. A whole bunch of wickets going quickly this morning. Win for the hosts by 152 runs. Captain Ben Stokes staying positive for the series decider though.
Next week's going to be good. I'm sure everyone who's came out and watched, not only here but at home, have enjoyed the test match just because of how much it was going on. So really looking forward to next week.
In football, Chelsea top of their Women's Champions League group after a win over 20. Celtic though still with no points. They lost 4-0 against Real Madrid. This is Newsbeat at 9:52.
BBC Sounds App on the radio. And ask your smart speaker to play Radio 1. This is BBC.
Oh, I leave quite an impression. 5 feet to be exact. You're wondering why I have his clothes when missing my body's where they're at. Now I'm gone, but you're still laying next to me. 1 degree of separation. I put your back together, and if that's true, you'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you. If you want forever, I bet you do. Just know you'll taste me too. He pins you down on the carpet, makes paintings with his. He's funny now, all his jokes hit different. Guess who you learned that from? Now I'm gone, but you're still in. Next to me, 1 degree of separation. I put your back together, and if that's true, you'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you. If you want forever, nothing you do is know you taste me too. Every time you close your eyes and feel his lips, you're feeling mine. And every time you breathe his air, just know I was already there. You can laugh and if you like, I've been there, done that once or twice. And singing about it don't mean I care. Yeah, I know I've been known to share. Well, I heard you're back together, and if that's true, you'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you. If you want forever, nothing you do, you'll taste me too. You'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you. You'll just have to taste me when he's kissing you.
Radio 1 Breakfast with Greg James. Coming up at 10. Radio 1 Anthems.
An hour of back-to-back anthems in the mix. BBC
Radio 1 Breakfast.
Thought you were somebody I was looking for. Since we made a little space for you and I, oh baby, you keep on giving me mixed emotions. Oh, you're making fires in my heart. Oh, you keep on giving me mixed emotions. Hey, you're making fires in my heart.
I'm afraid it won't play that well. Oh no, it's all easy. I need emotion. I know you thought there won't be time. I know you right. I know you like it. I need to change your mind. I really do anything to do you pain without you. I know you right. I know you like it. How people made to shine, it never makes me happy anymore. Always singing in my mind, and talking just provokes the
They've been a huge part of Live Lounge Month already this month. Fontaines DC, Here's the Thing, still sounding amazing on the radio. Friday morning, 9:41 is Greg James over here. I can see a Melvin, I can see a Charlie, I can see a Ricky. Good morning.
Hello.
Greg. Morning. Me and Melvin just locked eyes in a really, really lovely way.
It was romantic.
It was nice. There was a little moment there,
I
wasn't
enjoyed
it? It's so nice. All good?
Yeah, not bad, man. How are you?
Yeah, all fine. Yeah, earlier today that I just got home, like a lot of people would have done yesterday, and I just sat still for about an hour and didn't realise that I was doing that. I think there's so much to process, isn't there, when a big news thing like that happens, a big event happens, a big sadness happens. I just sat down and I was like, oh, I've been sitting still for an hour, doing nothing. And then I just went for a nice walk, cleared my head, and yeah, it was, how you three feeling?
Yeah, feeling okay. Obviously, you know, it's still pretty raw, but I felt like it was nice to be able to speak about it, and hear everybody else's kind of take on it as well.
Good gang, Radio 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good gang, and sort of some of the shows yesterday were really, really special and sort of very honest. Really, everyone was trying to work out what was going on in their own heads. So yeah, I encourage everyone to have a nice restful weekend. So obviously there was going to be a live lounge today. But Perry's not doing it today for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, so that'll be rescheduled at some point. But Live Lounge Month continues on Monday.
Yes.
Tom Grennan's in.
Oh yes. Excited.
Go on, Tom. So Tom, I mean, he'll be so excited about that because he loves performing live. He has done some big shows over the summer, didn't he? Did that big Gunnersbury Park show in London
Yes.
he did. So he'll be gagging to come back in and do this. We've been playing that track Higher. I wanted to point something out to you.
Oh, go on.
So, can you ask Tom Grennan about this line from the song? Because I think he's saying he's not scared of hats. Okay.
Y'all never lost, see heaven miles away. Ain't scared of heights, no.
What's happened there? What's his, what do you think? What's the backstory to?
Y'all never lost, see heaven. Ain't scared of heights, no.
Do you know what I think's happened? I think Jax Jones once chased him with one of his gas hats, and now he's like, "Bring it on, Jax."
No, what? Yeah, I'm not scared of them hats anymore. Yeah, scared of hats.
Do you want us to speak to him about on Monday?
Well, I'm sure you've got a proper music-based interview prepared. But if you do have time for the hats question, I wouldn't be able to.
Make sure you're wearing a hat. Just to be sure.
You can be scared of hats, and I think that's right to be scared of some hats because not every hat looks good on your head, does it? Have you got a good hat head, Mel?
Yeah,
I think I'm really good with hats.
Yeah, Bob's got a good head. Ricky?
I've got a big face but a small head. So yeah.
What are you talking about?
My face is really big. Like I've got a moon face, but my actual head is a pea head. So yeah, I don't really wear hats.
Does it overlap the head?
Yeah.
Well, so your head.
So if you look at me dead on, I've got a really wide face.
Let me look at you.
I've never noticed that.
Wide face, yeah.
So I take all my photos if I can from the side. I
Really?
like to show both sides of my face in photos. But my actual head, my skull, it's a pea head.
Interesting. I've never noticed
that because you only really see Ricky in caps. No other kind of hats.
Yeah.
You don't see even like a fedora.
You do suit a cap though.
So you like
cats are okay.
You like cats, but are you scared of? Is that what you're saying?
Scared of my moon face, that's it.
I've never looked. Can I come in? Look at your moon face.
Of course. Or just look on our socials. I only ever take photos from one side. Never straight on.
I didn't realise that was the reason.
It's scary.
I had no idea about this.
Ariana Grande.
But this is a good lesson in the things that you think that everyone thinks about you. No one spots that. Like, the thing that you're paranoid about. No, I'm not going like, oh, here he is, moon face. I mean, I will from now on.
Facts of life.
I love the idea that your face is overlapping your head, like Colin the Caterpillar.
That's a perfect example.
Right.
I feel like I look like Colin the Caterpillar.
So your face slightly overlaps your head. It doesn't quite fit. Someone's not put it on properly.
Your birthday next year, you're getting a Colin the Caterpillar and we're making it a baseball cap.
I love Colin the Caterpillar.
Anyway, all of that to say, Tom Grennan's in the Live Lounge on Monday. Have a good show today.
Through the walls, I felt the bass. I felt you here before I even saw your face. Know it. Hater, bubbles, it's your with sugar. Triple, I never lost, see heaven miles away. Ain't scared of heights, no gravity in outer space. Another level, elevate, higher, Jimmy, Taylor, missing you lady when the tempo changing. Oh, I can't explain it. Tell me what's this feeling. It's taking me high. So we can get high.
Don't know where we're going, but I'm comfortable. Feeling out of body, you can take my soul. Light speed, energy, straight force. No blankets when you got hot soul. That's right. Never had it like that so bad. No, I never go back so fast. Even if it gon' crash, I'm gonna make it last. Simulated when the tempo changing. Oh, I can't explain it. Tell me what's this feeling? It's taking me high.
Oh, no, you do it. I'm sorry, I'm coming to look at Ricky's face. The mood face.
That was Tom Grennan higher on the Radio on Breakfast Show, Greg James.
Nice in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
It is. I just wanted to come and look at your face. Greg came in and was like, oh yeah. I peered around the room like I was doing an investigation and went, yeah, okay, I see
feel
it.
like you need a tape measure to do it properly.
Well, Travis always carries a tape measure around. Travis, have you got yours with you today?
What are you measuring back?
Well, producer Travis, you know, your producer always is making stuff. He's always sort of whistling bits of wood into a bench. So he's always got like a little measure and a little hammer with him at all times.
I didn't know that about you, Fran. We knew that he loves a barbecue any time of the year.
If you don't want any furniture, just order it from your producer.
You actually make furniture.
He'll make you a little bench, he'll make you a little
I'd like some gardening furniture for our furniture piece, right?
He'll make you a little wooden hat for your head.
I need a dressing table actually. Can you do that?
Could you make a little bird box and then just put it around Ricky's head? Like a cuckoo clock.
Need a lot of wood.
What are we doing then?
I don't know, it's your show.
Oh yeah, 10 minutes left until anthems, and then now, actually, we're gonna. God, I really need to go to sleep and have a holiday. Now we're gonna play the radio tune of the weekend from Rose and Bruno Mars. Hit it.
Game start. Kissy face, sensey I'm trying to kiss your lips for real. Red hearts, that's what I'm on, yeah. Come give me something I can feel. Oh, don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Say tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the
It's whatever you like. Turn this up to a club. I'm talking drinking, smoke free, party all night. Go, what's up? Oh, don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Say tomorrow, but tonight go crazy.
crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the. Hey, so now you know the game. Are you ready? Cause I'm coming to get you. Get you, get you. All right, I'm on my way. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm on my way. All right, I'm on my way. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm on my way. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Breathe some more, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the. Just meet me at the. Just meet me at the. Just meet me at the.
Sounding big, this Rose and Bruno Mars is apt, and it is the Radio 1 tune of the weekend.
It's a stream that plays nothing but the best dance music from Radio 1.
From current
The future. To classics. When we erupt into the room. With the biggest and best dance shows on the planet. Radio 1.
Listen tonight on BBC Signs.
Or ask your smart speaker to play Radio 1 Dance. I do my makeup in somebody else's car. We ordered different drinks at the same bars. I know about what you did and I wanna scream the truth. She thinks you love the beach, you're such a damn liar. Well, those great whites, they have big teeth. Well, they bite you, that you said that you would always be in love. But you're not in love no more. Did it frighten you? How we kissed when we danced on the light of floor. On the light of floor. But I used.
Thank you for calling 101. We're connecting you to Hampshire Constabulary. If you require an alternative force, press hash. You can get help from 101 online. If you'd like to receive the link in a text, press 1. Otherwise, please continue to hold and we'll connect you to the 101 phone service. You are through to Hampshire and the Isle of Wight Constabulary. 101 is reporting matters that require the police to take prompt action. If you are unsure whether your inquiry is for the police, please check the Think Before You Dial page on our website. If you are reporting something which is for the police but is not urgent, to keep our operators free to take emergency calls, please report online by visiting our website www.hampshire.police.uk. Our online reporting is not automated and is dealt with by the same skilled staff who answer our 101 calls. It is quick and easy for you to use. Doing these things will help us prioritise urgent matters and keep you, your family, and our community safe. However, if you do need to speak to somebody right now, please stay on 101 and select the option which is most suitable for you. Thank you. If you know the name of the person or department you wish to speak to, press 1. To request or provide an update to a crime or incident that has already been reported, press 2. To report a crime, press 3. Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary works closely with victim care services. If you have been a victim of crime, we will provide them with your details and they may contact contact you on our behalf. If you wish to opt out of this service, please inform the call taker. You are currently in a queue with a current wait time of up to 10 minutes.
Ten minutes? Are you fucking serious?
To help us process your inquiry as promptly as possible, please have all relevant details to hand. This could include serial numbers for property and registration numbers for vehicles that may be involved. Thank you for waiting. We will call as soon as we can. Alternatively, you can visit our website www.hampshire.police.uk for frequently asked questions or to report crime or incident to us. Thank you for waiting. You have called during a period of high demand, and all of our operators are currently busy. If you are unsure whether your inquiry is a police matter, we would encourage you to check online at www.gov.uk to check which agency is best placed to help you. You can also report policing issues online to us at www.hampshire.police.uk. If you do need to speak to us, please be aware that redialing on 999 for anything that is not a threat to life or a crime in progress will result in you being redirected back to 101. So please, stay on the line. We will be with you as soon as an operator is available.
You're through to Mandy. What do you need, please?
Hello, Mandy. I've just opened my door and I looked out and I see somebody's chucked a black bin over the hedge down behind my. I've got like a garden bench which swings and it's got a roof on it and everything. Someone chucked the bin behind that and it's stuck in the hedge. People, I mean, I've had someone burn my shed.
Reporting to police. Sorry,
Yeah.
any damage?
Well, there's probably prints on it. Someone probably grabbed that and chucked it over the hedge. Now,
Caused any damage?
well, it's stuck. It's in the hedge behind my bench.
But has it caused any damage? Is what I'm asking.
Like I just told you, it's in the hedge, and it's right behind my bench.
No damage, or there is damage?
Well, there's no damage. It's a hedge. It's a hedge. I mean, you know.
Would you like police to help you with?
It's aimed at my home where I live. You know.
Would you know that if it's
Yeah.
thrown in your garden?
Yeah, it's right outside my door. Yeah. Someone's burnt my shed before. I've had someone block my doorway.
Hang on, let me talk.
Yeah, go on.
Right, okay, so do you know who done this?
No, I don't know, but there's prints on it.
We'll record it for now for you, okay?
Yeah. If you get someone to print, get some prints.
Nobody could be coming round, okay?
So you won't do nothing. See, you are rubbish. It's obvious you're up rubbish. I mean, you're on YouTube now.
So if you're going to be rude, I'm just going to.
I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude. I'm being honest.
I'm happy that you are being rude.
I'm asking you to take some
You're
prints.
clear the line.
Take some prints from the bin and find out who it is that actually chucked that in my hedge.
I will happily. No, we're not going to do that, sir.
You're not going to do it, right? So you're not going to do nothing, right?
we're not
Okay, bye-bye then. Goodbye then. Bye-bye then. See ya. Go have a holiday. Go on. Go on. Cheer yourself up. Get yourself some medication. I think you need it.
Do you know what I'm?
Fucking piece of shit, you know, you're rubbish. I mean, I told the police to get some medication. Fucking right. Yeah, I mean, they need medication. They do. They're lazy. I mean, I've watched this tour. Someone chucked a bin over my hedge, right? It's got fingerprints on it, and someone's holding it. They're chucking it over the fucking hedge. Now go and get some fingerprints and find out who the fuck it is. No, we can't do that. No, because we're fucking shit. Yeah, well, that's that. Yeah, fucking, I'm not going to waste my time talking to the police because they're fucking shit. They're rubbish. I'll talk to the council when they can come and collect it or whatever, do whatever. I'm not fucking bothered. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'd say the police need medication, you know, because I mean, fucking hell. I mean, when I was a piano man, right, I was a busy person. I'll say I was up and down the country all the time. I loved my job. It was great. You know what I mean? Well, look at the police. I mean, Christ. You know, they're fucking rubbish. I mean, Christ. What can I say? If I was a policeman, I would probably fucking investigate everyone. Right, that's it. Let me have a look at this and look at that and look at this and look at that. Right, I'd be investigating situations. I would, and that's what I'd be doing if I was a policeman. Yeah, not like these fucking lazy bastards. They don't do fuck all. No, we can't bother to come over now because we're fucking shit. No, well, never mind. Let's not worry about it. Let's see now. Eastleigh Council. Let's have a look. Eastleigh Council. Oh. Oh. And there it is. Oh my God.
collection day. For all other inquiries, please hold and speak to a customer service officer. Good morning, Eastleigh Borough Council. How can I help?
Hello. I've just opened my door and I looked up and I see there's a black bin chucked in the hedge outside my door.
Can you say that again? What's been chucked outside your door?
Right outside my door, there's like I'm below the road. Right, okay. And there was a bank there. When I moved here in 1999, I actually dug away the bank and I put a lawn down. There's also a garden bench, and behind it you can see the hedge. And somebody chucked a black bin at the top of behind my bench. And it needs to be taken away, removed. Yeah.
What's your address?
61 Cox Road, Chandlersford, Eastleigh Hants. Yeah. And now somebody.
Been delivered there.
Sorry.
Did you say there's a bin that's been delivered there?
It's not delivered. It's chucked in the hedge. Literally. I mean, it's halfway down the hill. It's kind of like in the bushes. You got bushes beyond where it was like a hill, like trees and bushes beyond my bench. And you can see the top of the road. The pathway and everything. Somebody's chucked a black bin into the hedge down. It's behind my bench. And so, I mean, somebody should never have put them there. I mean, it should have been by the entrance, about probably, I don't know, 10 or 20 feet down the road a bit. Someone just chucked it where I live, and it needs to be removed.
Can I take your name, please?
Yeah, it's Gordon White, 61 Cox Road. Yeah, I've had troubles. I mean, I remember when the chip shop man was there, someone burnt the chip shop down, and they also burnt down my shed. And it took a long time to get it fixed. It was crazy, really. And then recently, someone's jammed a key in my door and glued it in. And we had a locksmith come around and fix that for me. I've got new keys and everything. But I'd like to know who it is that's actually doing this. I mean, I believe they've got a mental disorder. It's somebody in the community.
Are they dumping it behind your property?
Well, it's like there's two big houses. There's let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 flats in these white buildings, and I'm at the bottom, and there's someone next door to me. She's above me, and beyond people, residents and all that. And Andy, the guy who cuts the grass, he can be a bit naughty at times. He does get aggressive. I've got him. I filmed him on YouTube. Very nasty man, really. He smashed a cup on the floor and he was clenched his fist, ready to punch me. But no, he calmed down, because I walked away from him.
Can you just send us a picture of where the bin is and the location, and we can raise the case for you?
Yeah, I'll just took the picture of it. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Take a picture of exactly where it is.
Right, I'll just go and.
Give us a precise sort of location, and then we can get that removed for you. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to my email. So. Right.
If you just send it to customer service centre ec.gov.uk, all right.
Right. I'll just there we go. Gordon White. I'll just write it down to customer service. You say.
The customer service centre at ec.gov.uk. All right.
Customer service. Yeah.
Centre at ec.gov.uk. All
Oh
right.
yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
No worries. Take care. Bye bye.
Lovely. Thank you. Then. Bye bye. Hello, I'm Gordon Thomas White. Gordon Thomas White. But known by many as the Piano Man. The Piano Man, yep. The Piano Man, yeah, that's it. For our issue piano. Richard and Chandler Sword, yep. Sadly. Oh, yeah, that's how yeah. Sadly, there is a person with a mental disorder. Over my shed satellite. Let me see now. Julie behind me. Stole my tents and chairs. Tents and chairs. Ian the policeman. Was a horrible man. No good to anyone. A waste of. Jana key in my door. And glue. The key. The broken key. Key into the lock. Then gain a crime reference number. And now I find a bin chucked in my hedge above my door, outside my door. Outside my door, obviously I'm a wanker. I can't say that. Now let's see now. Obviously, obviously, the same mental patient. Yeah, mental patient. Yeah. Patient who should be caught and dealt with accordingly. Police are not in big letters interested in taking fingerprints from the bin, black bin. Sadly, we can. We can all hear this policeman. My YouTube account, as I am live on YouTube. Yeah, there we are. YouTube. Relating with Eastleigh Council. Was fine. Council was fine. Please see the photo requested by the council. I will say it again. again. The police are rubbish. They have no interest in this crime. Was a horrible woman. On the phone. Only a moment ago. Only a moment ago. A moment ago. I suggest you don't call. Don't call 101. They are rubbish. They are rubbish. There is no care anywhere. No care anywhere. Yours sincerely, that's my trust. Ouch. Hello, Jules. No, I've been awake. Yeah, I've been awake. I just opened my door and someone chucked a bin in the bushes outside my door. Yellow black bins. Yeah, they chucked it over the hedge and behind my bench and everything. And I thought I'd phone the police and say, yeah, can you find out who it is that's put that there? Because it shouldn't be there. And I said, you could take the fingerprints. They said, no, we're not going to do nothing. We're rubbish. That's the police. Yeah. I phoned up the council and they're fine. They're perfect. I'm in the middle of an email at the moment. They want me to send a picture of the bin. I've got it on my phone. Do you know what, Jules? I can't spend any time with you at all today because I've got about £3 in my bank. That's it. I've only got about £3 and that's it, I think. No, not even that much, less than that. Probably about 30 pence, actually, I think. No, but no. Oh, yeah, but I think about money all the time because I need money to go out. You know, I pawned a ring yesterday and I got £170 done, but it's all gone. You know, all the money's gone now. Yeah, I got some shopping. Yeah, about £50 in there. I got 2 watches back from Cash Converters. That was £80. So that's 80 and 50. That's 130. I got £40 left. I think I spent a bit in Sainsbury's. I got you a coffee and I got myself something in Greg's as well. And that's it really. The taxi home and that was it. Yeah, so I got no money now until when I get paid Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah.
On Monday?
But Tuesday, yeah. I'll get paid Monday night.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, just maybe do your clothes and tidying up.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Chillax and that is.
Yeah.
Did you see the full moon?
No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't know. Yeah.
Thursday, I wanted to go to Petersfield to do the swimming, and it's can't but in the week before after.
Yeah.
So that's 2 booked up. Oh well, never mind.
I wish your car was working now because we could go out and have some fun together.
It's a backside.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you for looking for somebody to do the mechanic. It's a specialised key, and I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I want my Audi.
Yeah.
There you go. I have to wait quickly.
Yeah, that's it. Mad.
Okay, have a nice day, and I'll see you soon. You can just call me afterwards.
Yeah, that's fine. That'd be great. I can't wait to see you again. I know. Yeah. I'd treat you every day if I could. I know. It's all right.
Remember, keep the sweeteners for teas and coffees, please.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I've been taking them sweeteners. You know, I've got 2 big bags of sugar and I've not touched it at all. Yeah.
You know, Sean.
Yep.
Right, and he's going to come to do something. I can't remember. The wardrobe, because it's lifted, he can't.
Oh yeah.
He had rushed in the hospital gallstones, and he had to do poo-poo in there as well.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and just stop Red Bull ever, because 1, he might have a stroke, and 2, he's tired, and he's not allowed. He can't do the gallstones ever now.
Yeah.
So yeah, and he was aching, hurting. It was like how home.
Yeah.
Something to keep, have a nice, what's it called?
Yeah.
Believe in something equals or problems, get a little bit sleepy. You know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Those days.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I've got 2 caps. I've got like Red Bull caps in blue and red, and I don't even touch Red Bull at all. Oh right, yeah.
Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, well, at least you understand, yeah, because it is. I had it a long time ago. Must have been about, like 24.
Yeah.
And, I had like keep me alive. I was like, oh my god, I've got these Red Bull with vodka. And,
Yeah.
so I was a little bit craving,
Yeah.
You want to get the same thing. I can't remember what it means.
Yeah.
Craving. Try again. You got more and more and more. I just felt tired.
Yeah.
So that was stop it. Yeah. And that's it. Quit. Same with ciggies. Menthol ciggies.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Crazy, crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, lovely. So, have a nice tidy up what we need to do.
Yep.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Bye, my lovely. Take care.
See you later. Bye bye. community or court case. sent my email. I've sent off the police, the NHS, fucking. I sent it all to the fucking council, and a picture of the bin as well. I did say to silly fuckers, I said, like, you're a police, right? You can come around and get fingerprints off that bin and point out who the fuck it is and put it there. No, we're not going to do fuck all because we're shit. We're fucking shit. We're the police and we are fucking shit. You know what I mean? Fuck you now. Yeah. So I've slagged them off. You know, fucking right. They're a waste of space. What the fuck? You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy. Oh, that's at the airport. That's great. I'll see them. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's all closed for me, that is. Loads of stuff. Yeah, that's great. Fucking hell. Let's see now. Yeah. When's that going to arrive then? Package arrived at the airport. I'm waiting flight. Where was I? Oh, that's it. There we go. That's it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've sent my email to them. Oh, I've got to see that in a minute. That's gonna be funny as fuck. That was quite a big. Yeah, it was an email saying you know, about the situation. I said whatever I'm doing, wherever I am, I'm doing something, and it's fucking amazing what I'm doing. You know, it's a fucking job all the time, 100%. Whatever it is I'm dealing with, be it a courtroom or a fucking situation in the community. Yeah. Oh, the council, they're saying the fucking the land is owned by Vivid Homes. Oh, fucking hell. Oh. Vivid Homes telephone number. Oh. Oh.
Thanks for calling Vivid. To use our automated payment line, press 1. For anything else, press 2. Please wait while your call is being transferred. We record some of our calls to help us provide our services. Our privacy notice is on our website. Please listen to all the options before making your choice. If you're calling on a mobile, to get a link to manage your account and resolve queries online, it's 1. To speak to an advisor, it's 2. Make your choice now. Thank you for being kind and respectful to our advisors who are here to help you. If you are a shared owner or leaseholder, it's 1. For all other queries, it's 2. Make your choice now. For repairs, damp, servicing, home improvements and defects, it's 1. To discuss rent, money or support services, it's 2. For antisocial behaviour, tenancy and neighbourhoods, it's 3. Anything else, including moving home, it's 4. Make your choice now or press 0 to return to the menu. For antisocial behaviour, it's 1. For anything else about tenancy or neighbourhood, it's 2. Hi there, it's Cleo. Can I start by taking your name and your full address there, please?
Hello, Cleo. My name's Gordon Thomas White, 1967. I was born 8th of August 1967. I moved to this address. It's 61 Cox Row, Chelmsford, Eastleigh Hants, October '99. Prior to that, I was at 46 Larch Way, Lowford, Basildon, and before that, I was 27 Wood Close, Sheridan, Southampton, and I was a piano man. I sold pianos from Somerset to London, and I ended up, I raised my daughter because I was separated with my partner, and raised my daughter, and then she had a boyfriend and a couple of kids and all that, and I moved to 61 Cox Row in 1999, and I think what it was, I was after selling pianos, I covered Southampton, people around Southampton, families and what have you. I would help them with their issues and whatever. I do treat to defeat anxiety and upset and all that. You know, I kind of make people feel good and all that. And what it is, I helped my mum's neighbour, Kim Dayton, who come from Eastleigh. Her parents lived in Eastleigh, and she had 5 kids, and I helped them as well. They were like, I had them all round the table drawing. I'm a bit of an artist as well, and also behind my mum was Carol Flood. I took her to the Royal St Anne's Hospital for medication. I do help people. This is what I do. I don't drive them more, but I'm a bit annoyed today. I've looked out my door and there's a bin, and it's been chucked over the hedge, and it's right behind my bench, like a nice bench. It's all right, but like I said, someone just chucked this bin in my direction, and it's right behind my bench, in the hedge, and I just phoned up the council. Actually, I phoned up the police at first and said about the situation, and they've done nothing. I said, look, you could get a fingerprint off that, and you could actually find out who it is that's doing this. Because I've had someone jam a key in my door and actually break it and glue it. And they've also burnt my shed over the years. There was also Trudy, a lady called Trudy. She stole my tents and my chairs, and Ian the policeman done nothing at all, nothing, not a thing. You know, it's terrible, really. So Vivid Homes, what they've done recently is there's Peter Alsey, the community officer. I want that man fired 100%. He's a bad man, a terrible man. He don't know me at all, right? And he come around with a policeman, and he's threatened my tenancy over 3 or 4 bin bags that were not in the black bin, and also a cancer research bag, which should have been collected, but it was not collected. So there he was, Peter Alsey, threatening my tenancy, having a right go at me, and also the police officer with his finger in my face. You know, really nasty look on his face. But I was filming everything. You know, so I actually did pause a few pictures and shared their faces around the world for everyone to see. Peter Alsey, you're a horrible man, and also that police officer, he's a horrible man. The whole world know that anyway. So I just thought I'd let you know. This morning is a bin in my hedge. Someone's chucked it there. The police won't go for fingerprints and find out who it could have been. So it's just got to be removed. And I phoned up the council, and they said we've got to get in touch with Vivid Homes because they own the property. You know, I mean, you must be quite big, I reckon. Yeah. So this is it. You got that bin, and that's it, really.
Do you know who's thrown it over there? I can see in your account you've got a lot of neighbourhood issues and ASB calls that have been going on. Do you know who the culprit is that's thrown this?
I don't know who it is. It's got to be someone. I mean, when I come around here, when I first moved here, I've done the garden. I made it look amazing. I've still got the evidence, pictures, you know, videos and pictures all the time. And there it is, looking lovely, really nice. And all your staff digging up the pond and putting the fishes in a bin. All the slate down the side of the pathway, it was all taken out and dug away. They ruined the garden. It really did look amazing. But like I say, I mean, there's next door Helen. She's a bit of an alcoholic. She was drinking a lot, you know, bottles of wine, just laying on the pathway and things like that. I'm a piano man, so I was never drinking. You know, all my customers they loved me to bits. I mean, I was on their doorstep with pianos, having a cup of tea with the families and letting them see the pianos and pick one, put it in their houses, upstairs or downstairs, wherever it might be. Like I said, I covered Somerset and London, and And I chose this place to be a place where I can rest and actually, not do as much as I do. But like I say, my mother, she went to Desborough House with me, and it was an old lady talking to my mother, who is also an old lady. So the old lady says, get in the ambulance, Gordon. And I went to Mowbray Lodge in Winchester, and I was sectioned. I couldn't believe it. And I said, my daughter was my next of kin, because I raised my daughter, and it was, she'd be there. Actually, she was actually going to quite a few section units to see me. One man grabbed me from my home, took me to Weston-super-Mare. And my brother lives in Taunton, so he went to see me with his mates, and we had a chat and everything. I was perfectly fine, nothing wrong with me at all. And my daughter turned up, and then we got transferred back to Winchester, Mowbray Lodge in Winchester, and they thought I was a doctor, and they was going to section my daughter. It's crazy, really. If you phone up Desborough House, they've got a different phone number now. They've changed the number, and also Mowbray Lodge, the place where I kept getting sectioned, they changed it from it was Kingsley Ward, but no more. But they've deleted all that and trying to hide all the evidence. I do. I've got loads of evidence. I keep saying about the court cases. I want to get them in the courtroom and get some compensation. Because it's been terrible for me, from 2000. I moved here in 99. 2004, I think it was when me and my mother went to Desborough House, and after that it was in out, sections galore everywhere. This morning I've been sharing some of their letters, confidential letters, about psychiatry and all that sort of stuff, and it's just amazing what they say. The things they do. It's crazy, I sit at Cozy Cafe quite a lot, and people do complain. They do say about Desborough House, a terrible place.
Oh, what a shame. What can I do for you then, Gordon? So, apart from someone throwing a bin in your garden, what else do you do?
Well, that's it really. I see it and I thought, oh, here we go again. Someone must have a bit of an issue. Well, I know Andy was quite nasty, but I've treated him a few times. I actually give him, when I was helping Kim Dayton next door to my mum, she did have a partner called was it Adam? That's it, Adam. And what it was, he worked at B&Q, I think it was, and there was tool chests. There was also a Savannah, which I drove for a while, and when I was helping that family. So Andy behind me, I'd give him a tool chest. I said, yeah, mate, like a snap-on tool chest. Well, quite a lot of money, really, I reckon. And I'll give him other things as well, little treats and bits and pieces. The other neighbours are okay. There was a dark chap who lived here, but I would give him a lift down to the courts, and he went to jail, and that was it. I don't know what he'd done, but like I say, I was there for him. I'll give him a lift,
Yeah. All right, lovely. Well, what I'll do then is, what kind of bin is it? Is it a big black
It's a black bin, yeah. Now, I do go on to Temu website, and I buy a lot of stuff, and I give it all to children. I kind of put it all into smaller bags, LCD tablets, whistles, horns, a lot of different things in a bag for the children. And the families walk past the Cozy Cafe, and then they see me, and I'm like, here, I'll take this, it's free. And they take it and accept it, and their kids love it. I think it's a good idea, really, because I have to think about the NHS, putting it on paper. You're psychopathic, you're schizophrenic, bipolar, you're schizoaffective, and you're unwell playing music. I just couldn't believe it, really, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I, next door, she does drink a bit, so maybe she complained about something. But she did apologise. She said, my mum and dad are dead. They passed away, and now they're on. There's a picture of them next to her bed, next door. But I mean, she was terrible, really, at times. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
what I'll do for you then, Gordon, we will get this bin removed. I'll
Yeah.
send someone out, a caretaker, to take the bin out of the garden for you. That's no problem.
Yeah. I was going to say something. As I'm buying items from the Teamy website, all these packages go into bin bags and fill up my bin in no time at all. I've got a small black bin, but I could do with the bigger one for 2 people. That would be that's the answer for me, I reckon.
It'll be the council that you need to contact.
Yeah, I know.
Bins for, so you just give your local council a call, they'll be able to help you with the bin.
That's fine. Yeah.
I'll get the garden removed for you.
Yeah, make sure that bloody Peter Alty is not working for Vivid Homes anymore, because he's not very nice. And that policeman was terrible. Now, I can show you the evidence, like I say, but it's just trauma. He was going to throw me out on the streets. It was terrible, really bad. And where I live, there's railings. I drew the railings. I drew it because I'm an artist, and what I did do is I made the garden really nice. Vivid Homes come around and destroyed everything. I filmed everything and took pictures, and the Daily Echo said it was a waste of time. In the paper, it's a big story. Me and Jane Crawford at the time, I think it was, in the papers. Yeah.
Great to hear that, Gordon.
I know.
Okay, no problem. I'll pass that message on then to his manager.
Lovely, thank you very much. And what's your first name? Chloe, isn't it? Chloe. You're Chloe, aren't you? Cleo, that's it. Chloe, Cleo, that's it. Yeah, well, you have a good day anyway. Yeah, I'll be fine.
You too. You take care, lovely. Thank you.
Bye bye then. Chloe, Cleo, Chloe. Oh yeah. Now where was I? Oh yeah, I've just found her up. That's the number. Yep, there it is. Right, that's Vivid Homes. That's gone. Google, get rid of that. Oh, that's the council. Yeah. Oh, there's me on. There's me. Yeah. Oh, look, two likes. That's great. Let's see what we got. Nightmare 88. Gordy the goody bad guy. Yep. And Thug Life Nation. Yeah, you're right. The thugs are the fucking police in the NHS. I mean, I can't believe it. Or it might be a company like Vivid Homes, fucking dominant little bastards coming around. Yeah, well, we own the fucking place, man, and we are the dog's bollocks, and we're gonna fuck you up. Yeah, well, I'm gonna fuck you up, you motherfucker. Got you motherfucker. Yeah. The goody bag guy, bigger man. Yeah, all that. Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah, check this out. Bring me a dildo. I'm a cunt. Actually, I'm not a cunt. I'm a clever cunt. That's what I am. Yeah. And that's what pisses them off. They don't like it because I'm fucking on the ball straight away. Yeah. If you feel something's going to be a bit dodgy, fucking film them, motherfuckers. Or take some pictures or do something. But make sure you got a record on, Oh, there's my emails here. Oh, look at that. There they go. Oh, yeah. This is the younger generation stop before they kill themselves. I nearly killed myself. My life was ruined. I don't want. Would like to see more done about advertising tobacco. Really? What the fuck? Yours faithfully, Claire Clements. Concerned citizen of the South. Fucking hell, that's fucking funny. That's funny, that is. I think I'll tell you what I'll do. I think I'll forward that to someone. What's this? Ben. Oh yeah, that's it. What's that? That's forward. Yeah, I'll forward that. Yeah. Who should I send it to? Let's share the shit. Daily Echo. La 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 la. Oh yeah, good morning, Jamie Biddle. I'm sharing this to every fucker. I don't even believe it. Fucking loads of people. Even you know, when you do your DNA and all that, they got the bio department of the fucking police and all that shit. I'll send all that shit to them because they're fucking shit. You know what I mean? They can do a DNA test, yeah, but you won't fucking check out fingerprints, will you fucking stupid bastards? Yeah, you should come around and see that bin and find out whose fucking fingerprints are on it. And it's simple, the job done. But no, the police are fucking rubbish. They're shit. Shit. Yeah, you're fucking shit. You're fucking right, you're shit. Yeah, so everybody's going to see the shit. Everybody. Oh my God, really? Yeah, fucking right. New York Times, yeah. USA, fucking all day, yeah, fucking, oh man. Richard Dolan, I ain't seen you for fucking years, mate. I'm just, oh, this is crazy. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Hello, Facebook. Hello, YouTube. I was just talking to Vivid Homes, and I didn't tell the lady that I was on Facebook as well. Yeah, I was I was on YouTube and I'm on Facebook as well. Yeah. Silence. Yeah, listen to the silence. Oh, you can probably hear me fart. Yeah, actually, you can hear my printer. There it is. You can hear the dog outside. Sometimes you can listen to the birds. You know, little things you can hear when you listen to the silence. Yeah. Now let's listen to the silence and see what the fuck's going on. Wow, let me see now. Oh. I think it's time to give Mother a call. Hello, Lee. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. I just went out. It's a nice day out, lovely day. I opened my door and someone chucked a bin in the hedge. I could see it. It's sat there behind my bench. There's someone around here is definitely got a mental problem.
Hey, I'm over to the door.
Hello, Mum. You all right? That's great. Oh, Mum. You know that family next door? You remember Kim, don't you? And the 5 kids?
Yeah.
They're all coming back. They're moving back in next door, Mum. They are. They're all grown up now. They're all going to live in that house next door. I'm joking, Mum. It's all right. Don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. You're fine. I know how you felt, Mum. You didn't like that family at all. I know. That's why I thought I'd say it. I'll say they're coming back, Mum. They're coming back. Oh my God, really? Yeah. Oh, Mum, you know the eldest daughter. You remember Claire, don't you? Yeah. Well, she lied to Facebook. She's on Facebook, right? But she's lying. She said she went to Millbrook Secondary School. That's my school. That's the school I went to, and she never went there at all. Do you know why? Because they knocked that school down and they put some houses there. And Mark has got a house there. You know Mark, where he lives now, don't you? That's where my school was, right? But they knocked it down. They did. They knocked it down. And that Claire, the eldest daughter of Kim Dayton's bloody eldest daughter. There's Claire, Amy, Adam, Clements, and Robert and Ian Arthurs, right? Well, Claire, you're a liar. You're a liar. You know, she is a liar, Mum. She never went to Millbrook Secondary School at all. And she reckons she's done performing arts, but I don't think she did. She's been naughty, Mum. Yeah, it's terrible, really. And do you know what? There's an old man, right, got in a relationship with her. She's a young girl and she lived with an old man. Andrew Ledger. Andrew Ledger, he's probably about 45, maybe 50. You know, well, I'm 57. He's probably about 45, I reckon, maybe. You know, she's only about bloody like 20, 25. I mean, that's it. And before that, I raised them, didn't I, Mum? I looked after the family, didn't I? Mum, how old was they when they left your house? They left that house, didn't they, to Millbrook? They went to Millbrook. How old would they say? How old would you say they were? Because I reckon that Claire she must have been about 16, 17, maybe 18. No. I don't know, really. 15, 16, 17, something like that. The eldest daughter, who never did go to Millbrook Secondary School. No, not a chance. It's annoying, Mum. It's annoying. It is. You see all this, right, and you think, that's not true. That's a lie. You know what I mean? And I think about her mum as well. Her mum Mum, that Kim, she come round your house. She was in your kitchen, Mum, doing something she shouldn't have done. I'm not going to say what she done, but she done something. Oh, yeah. Lee, you was in the living room. What are you doing now, Mum? Oh, Mother. What are you doing now, then? What are you watching, Mum? Huh? I can't hear you, Mum. What are you doing today, then, Mum? You got a picture of me? Say again. Oh, you got a nice picture of yourself, yeah? That's great. Yeah, that's good. I got pictures of you, Mum. You know, really happy and all that. You're always happy, aren't you, Mum? Yeah, you're laughing all the time. Say again, eh? Oh, what am I doing today? Nothing. Do you know why? Because I pawned a gold ring yesterday for 170 quid, and I went through that money in no time. I got home. I've got 30 pence left in my bank. That's it. So I can't go nowhere. You know, this is it. And I can't really post anything because I've got no money at all. Nothing. I mean, it's crazy, but that's all right. I'll get paid on Monday night. I did do some shopping. I spent £55 in Poundland and about 30 quid in Sainsbury's. I got some tobacco. That was another 30 quid. I went to Greg's. I spent about 10 quid there. I posted I posted did you get a letter today? I sent you a first class parcel yesterday. It should be there today. A big brown envelope. Is it arrived yet or not? You got to sign for it. Well, actually, I put 55, 57, right? So it's 55 and 57 for you and Simon. Simon's still there, isn't he? Yeah, I thought he would be. Yeah. I was in that house for a while. There was no chance I was going to get in a relationship with that bloody Kim. No way. Not a chance. This is my office. Yeah. I used to go around and help people everywhere. Layford and Buzzard and bloody Shirley and also Carol Flood and Kim Dayton with her kids and that. Fucking hell, it's mental. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And after that, I've got sections. Oh, mate. I'll tell you. It took me years to get away from the NHS, the little bastards. Fucking police, NHS, and Hampshire County Council on my doorstep all the fucking time. Oh, it was mad, mate, really. But I did film the fuckers, you know. It's like I've just had a policeman come around my house with a guy called Peter Rousey, right? And he comes round cocky as fuck. He's got a little badge on him, and he said, I work for the Vivid Homes, all this and that. Right? And then he started slagging me off and saying about my tenancy, right? Is in jeopardy because I've got 3 bin bags, right? And a fucking cancer research bag, right? And they both wanted me to pick it up. And I said, look, I've got a hernia. I've got a trapped nerve in my back. I'm half blind and you don't give a fuck, do you? No. I even told the police officer to fuck off another time. Yeah, because he's a cunt. He's a cunt. That's what he is. I mean, and he licks that fucking Peter Elsie's fucking ass. He does. They get together. I'm sure they're kissing each other, you know, little gay men, fucking weirdos, freaks. Fucking Peter Elsey, the prick, and the policeman, he was a fucking little bastard. I mean, they come around my ass, they come out with all this bullshit, you know. Fucking, oh no, people around the community are moaning about you. And really, is that what they're saying? Well, they can fuck off. Because when I'm finished, right, with all this bullshit in a courtroom, you know, 18 years of my life in section units. Yeah, but there's a load of bollocks, man, that was. Whoever told you to go to there with me was fucking... That person should be shot. It's probably a friend of yours in Lord's Hill, mum. You know, you probably spoke to her, an old lady or something, and she's fucking come out and... Oh, yeah, take Gordon to the fucking Desborough house. And that's bollocks. That's bullshit. They don't even know me, do they, mum? I was always helping you and other people around you, wasn't I? Do you remember? Oh, no, she don't remember much now, I know. It's all right, Lee. It's all right. I've got to live with all that bullshit in my brain. It's all right, though. You know, I kind of laugh it off. You know, I do. I have a laugh, really, because I've got all the evidence, you know. Yeah, what are you doing today, Lee? Nothing. It's terrible to do nothing. There must be something you can do. I hope the parcel. I hope the brown envelope comes to you today, or next door. Yeah, tap Simon next door and say, have you had a brown envelope? Because it might be you or him that can sign for it. I've already put one LCD tablet. I'm sure I'll give you an LCD tablet before, haven't I? Lee? Oh, is he really? Ah, you're a carer, is that right? That's amazing. That's great. I'm Gordy. I don't know what your name is really, but yeah, I'm just her eldest son. And she had 4 boys. Yeah, he's a bossy little person. He's terrible. Do you know, I was a piano man. I was up and down the country selling pianos, and he would sometimes work in our warehouse, but not much really. But he's definitely bossy. Oh yeah. My mother got me sectioned in 2004 when I was helping her family next door. Now, next door, there was Kim Dayton with her 5 children. And behind my mum, there was Carol Flood. And Carol, I drove her to the Royal Science Hospital for medication. She was phoning me all the time. And there was Kim Dayton with her 5 children. Well, you know, I drove them up to Derby to see their dad, decorated their home, got them all Christmas presents, and them all sat around the dining table drawing pictures and doing like some writing and all that sort of stuff. Because that's what I'm a bit of an artist myself. Yes, so I looked after them, but my mum, she didn't like them, and they moved down to Millbrook. And when they did move, me and my mother ended up going to Desborough House, and that's a mental health office in Eastleigh, and they ended up coming around my house quite a lot over the years, and just like they labelled me, they said, "Oh, you're psychopathic, you're schizophrenic, bipolar, you're schizoaffective, and you're unwell playing music." I thought we were joking, really, because I'm the piano man. You know, you ain't got time for this, really. I'm sorry. Yeah. What's your first name anyway? Again, sorry. Sam. That's great.
No, I'm not the carers at Bridge Agency. I'm private.
Oh, you're private. That's great. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
I don't work for them.
No, I've done a bit of agency myself. It's all right, but I mean, I don't know. Best job I ever had was being the piano man. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you can imagine phoning us up, and we'd be outside your house in no time at all. With a Ford Transit Luton, with 6 pianos in the back, all tuned and ready to be sold and everything. Pianos for £175, and I'd buy them for like between £10 and £50. It's crazy, really. I'm 57. Lee, I don't know. I think he's about 54, or maybe a bit like younger than that. I don't know. There's Mark. Mark was a drug dealer. He was selling cannabis all the time forever. And there's Russell, who's in Taunton on the Tills.
I met Russell last week. I've known Lee a long time.
Yeah, he's all right. Lee's all right. He's got a short fuse. He gave me a black eye once. Yeah, you. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he's all right. Lee's all right. He's quiet, isn't he? He's a quiet chap, really.
He is, yeah. I'm not. I'm the opposite.
Oh, wow. I bet that you guys do whatever you're going to do. I mean, I'm doing some printing. I just complained about someone putting a bin in my hedge or whatever it is. Yeah, someone actually jammed a key in my door and glued it and everything. It was crazy. It was. I had to get a crime reference number and got Vivid Homes to actually fix the problem. I got new keys and everything. And on another time, someone burnt my shed down. That was crazy. Anyway, wow, what can I say? I better let you crack on and on, really. Yeah. Sam, have a good day, yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye then.
Bye.
I don't know what I keep thinking it's Saturday, but it's not. It's bloody Friday. I'm sure it's Friday. I'm sure of it. It's Friday. And Vivid Homes want me to give them feedback. You fucking joking? Okay, I see. I've got no money. I can't